Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting, for He is King. Let's get right on in. Let's do what we got to do to praise His King. Do you have the song? Hit it later. We got a totally different cue going on now. I done already got started. I had a lot of thinking going on lately in my spirit. I like to really take time to myself, get away from everything and everyone, and just pray to the Creator and meditate and focus and think on my position. What's going on in life around me, what's encircling me, and what's happening in my life that I may not be focused on, or might be taking place right underneath my eyes and I'm not seeing because I'm moving too fast. I try not to do that. So lately I've been doing a lot of focusing and meditating on the Most High about my condition and position in life. The people I surround myself with. Everything that's happening, that's coming, that's going, is often good to step outside yourself every once in a while and allow the Most High to speak to you. So with all, normally when we do this, we're really disappointed within ourselves, our results, our condition. No matter how somebody outside you see you, you see yourself different because you're coming from a humbling state and position. So during my meditation and my focusing and my prayers, the Creator revealed something very important to me that I had to pay attention to. Because we can be our worst critics, and it's good that we are our worst critics if we're honest with ourselves. Most people are not honest with themselves. But I was in a state of purity where I needed to change some things in my life. At least I thought I did. And you know what the Creator told me? The Creator said, be patient and wait. He said, look around. Everything takes time. That's what He told me in my spirit when He spoke. He said, you have achieved a lot of things. You just want so much more. Not that these things are not necessary, because they're all necessary. But after I heard, I had to stop and think about it. And when I stopped and thought about it, the Creator was right. I don't know if we are a very selfish people, even if we don't know it, where we want what we want when we want it. And when we don't get it, we get disturbed and upset and angry and so many other things. That's all I can assume it is. But the Father showed me that He's here, He's working, He's doing His thing. He's providing, He's protecting. He's doing all those things as I would wish that He's doing. But it's me, in my essence, who is trying to rush His hand. And He's saying, boy, you got a whole lot going on. Shut up, sit down, be quiet. But I'm so gung-ho and so go-getter, so much of a go-getter. I'm like, yo, I got to do this, I got to do this, I got to do that. But I'm only working with this. And I only got that, so how am I going to achieve all this? And the Most High says, slow down, I got you. Why am I sharing this with you all today? The message isn't about me. Why the reason that I'm sharing it? Because I could have kept that to myself and moved off of that motivation. The message is for all of you. Someone in this audience needs to hear that message way more than I do. Someone needs it more than I do. That the Most High is there. He hasn't forsaken you. And although your life looks confusing right now, you don't know which way to go, which way to turn, or how to do, or how you're going to get, or how you're going to achieve, just stay steadfast on the course that you're on with the Creator, and He will provide. And sometimes we just need to look, because He's already providing. Think about your life 5 years ago and where you are at today in this dispensation of your life. Look at how much your life has changed and progressed for the better from 5 years ago. Steadily, completely increasing. But because it happens so slow, you don't really focus on it. You don't really see it. Now, I'm not casting judgment on anybody because I'm guilty of the same thing. All I'm saying is that we oftentimes want what we want when we want it, and think that we're supposed to have and achieve whenever we think we're supposed to have and achieve. And it doesn't go that way. You know what? You know, when you put money in the bank, not even in the bank, I ain't gonna say in the bank, in an investment account, you can put $5,000 in an even $1,000 in an investment account, and you might gain $125 the first month, $125 the second month, or $150 even the second month. But you sitting back saying, man, I gave you 5,000 or 1,000 or even 10,000, and all I'm getting is $150 a month. It seems like I'm not gaining anything from all of this. Or I'm gaining very, very little from all of this. But you sit back and wait 10 years. It's called compound interest. And compounding interest, in 10 years, you will see that your 10,000 investment, your 5,000 investment, your 100,000 investment has compounded over that time. It has become 250, 300,000, 75,000, all from an initial $1,000 investment 10 years ago that you could just leave and forget about and let the money do its work for you. That's how it is worshiping this King, man. It's, walking with the Most High it's like getting gray hair. They creep up on you. You just one day look around and your head is full of gray. And you didn't see it coming. You might have saw one little thing, like you saw one little blessing. that stood out from the rest. Next thing you know, you look up, you got a head full of gray hair. And you're like, wow, where did all this gray hair come from? It's like aging. Excuse me. It's like aging, you know, as you go through life. When I was 15, 30 seemed like a old dude, man. 30 years old. Wow, that's a long time away. But as you grow closer and closer to 30, it happens so rapidly and so subtly that you don't even realize that you are now what you used to look at and say, wow, that's a long way from now. You have arrived. That's what it's like worshiping the Most High. Be patient, be steadfast, do not give up. You're going to have some hard times in your life, in your walk. You're going to have a whole lot of disappointing times in your walk. Do not allow the Spirit to enter into you, to take you off the path of the Creator. Don't let it happen. So many of us are looking for love. So many of us. And we look so hard. And we look so hard. And we look so hard and we don't seem to find what we're looking for. And we give up. Not that we give up on looking for love, but we give up on looking for love with the discipline, with the consistency, with the emotional, spiritual intelligence. We give up. And because we're not finding love the way that we think we're supposed to have it, and when we think we're supposed to have it, we drop off from the Most High in our service to the Most High in search of love out there in the world. Well, I can't find it in Israel. I'm going to go find me a heathen man and convert him to Israel. And 5 years later, you out there in the world forgetting about Israel. When if you had just been patient, it could have been that next day that the Most High was bringing someone into your life. He might already be in your life. You may be in denial. You may be that one to have your blessings right in front of your face and don't recognize that it's there because it doesn't meet your standards. It doesn't look like you want it to look. It's not built the way that you want, that strong looking basal. You want to be husky, 6'2", 6'5", 100 and 200 pounds. That may be what your criteria is. And that might be why you're looking out there. And that could be the reason why you have been alone for the last 15, 10, 5 years even. Because you have it set in your mind what you want. So every time the Most High sends you what he has for you, you brush it off. You don't even give it the time of day because it doesn't come in the package that you want for it to come in. Therefore, you're single and all alone. And your knight in shining armor, your Moses, your Jeremiah was right there all along, right next to you. And you overlooked him because he didn't look as good as you wanted him to look. He wasn't as sexy as you wanted him to be. And the same thing for a lot of you guys out here. A lot of times the woman you have in your life is a woman that you need, but you get greedy and you decide that you're going to step outside of that, not even thinking truthfully what's all required to take on another wife. Not even thinking fully if you are able and ready to take on and have the provisions for another family. You got one wife and y'all scuffling, scraping, can barely make it. But for some reason, you think that you can just go take another woman because you can, because the Creator made it provisionable for you. You think you can just go do it. And plus your homie got 2 or 3 wives, and you think you deserve that. And that's not always necessarily true. We're in denial most of us, about what it is that we can achieve and acquire in our lives. You can have anything you want, but there's a price you got to pay to get what you want. You have to be in position to maintain, to organize, to structure, to build, to provide mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, and the important part also financially. Whereas a lot of guys are not even able to provide for one wife, but yet they got her and she's miserable. Or let's say she's not miserable, she's deprived because he can't give her the things that she needs. What I mean, they're living in his friend's house in Arizona, in the basement, in Michigan, borrowing from his brother or his cousin, That's not providing for your wife. So sisters, be patient. The Most High knows what you need. Brothers, be patient. Focus on building. Focus on getting your money together. Sisters, you focus on being the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. You might think you got it all down pat, but let the Most High determine when you are ready, and he will bring you the one. And you might have to make a sacrifice, sis. You might have to become a man's wife who already has 2 or 3 or 4 wives already. You may have to, because the one the Most High has for you may already be married. And brothers, the woman that's right for you, she might not have a low body count. She might have a high body count, but she's ready to change. She's ready to be better. She's ready to do things differently for the glory of the Most High. But she can do all the things that you need plus some when it comes to finances and running the house and being your helpmate. She can do all those things. And she got a quiet mouth. She don't talk back. She don't fight. She don't get angry when she don't get her way. She could be that woman. And you don't see it because you worried about how many men done had her before you got to her. And I agree, that's a problem. But it may not be a problem for you, because if that's what the Most High has for you, that's what he has for you. She could be ready and everybody can be forgiven. Everybody can be forgiven. So, while I was wallowing in my own pity, feeling sorry for myself and not achieving what I thought I should have achieved, the Most High smacked me upside my head and made me look around, physically, spiritually, emotionally, and financially. And he said, boy, get yourself together. Everything comes to those who are patient, those who remain steadfast in the course, those who stay focused. Everything comes to those that they desire in righteousness. So family, don't walk away from the Most High because you've been waiting 3 and 4 years for something and you haven't gotten it. Don't walk away from the King thinking that you're going to find it elsewhere. Don't let that happen. Don't give up on the Most High or this way of life because some Christian is really getting it, or some Muslim is getting it, and you wish that you had that for yourself. Don't make that mistake. So many of us have made those mistakes. I know some sisters that couldn't get along with their husbands that they were with. They got divorced and they went with heathen men. And now they have turned their backs completely on the Most High. I know that I'm not the only one who knows these stories. I know that a lot of you know these stories. She had 2 or 3 babies. I believe 3 at the time. There was one particular sister I'm talking about, but there's several more. She had 3 at this particular time. 3 boys, I think it was. 3 boys. The man divorced her. She went right out in the streets. So what does that mean? That means that she really wasn't about the Most High at all. She probably deserved to be divorced. Because when you're grounded in the Most High, you ain't going to the streets whether you got a man or not. Whether you got a man or not is not going to take you into the streets when you're grounded in the Most High and the man that you had is no longer there. It's not going to happen because you are grounded in this way of life. You're going to search for another Hebrew man, or you're going to be patient and then take whatever the issues were while that man divorced you and improve yourself. You know what I mean? And make yourself better so that when you do get the next man that the Most High is bringing into your life, you won't lose him for those same reasons. So don't grow weak and weary in this way of life by getting, I guess I can say, really selfish in your desires and what you desire for yourself. By getting foolish, thinking that there's somewhere out there that's better for you than the way of the Most High. Don't let that happen. Don't let that happen, family. Don't give up on the Most High because you don't get your way. Because I was really, not that I was thinking about God. No, I could never think about that. But it's just a simple fact that I was wallowing in my self-pity, thinking of the different ways that I should have did this and how I should have did that, and the outcome would have been this, and the outcome would have been not even knowing what the outcome really would be. You know? So I'm grateful and I'm thankful that the Most High has done what he's done in a manner that he's done it. You know, I'm grateful that the Most High has brought what he's brought in a manner that he's brought it. You know, I'm thankful that this king chose me to do what he's doing, and I would never give up on this king. I'm grateful. And for a lot of you, I know that this walk is hard. It's difficult even sometimes. Sometimes it looks like you ain't winning. You don't know how you're going to win. Everything around you, you and your marriage is terrible. You ain't got no job. Your kids act a fool. They run a ruck all over the house. Nobody's listening to you. You're pulling your hair out. You don't know how to cook the meals that you need for the night because you don't have the ingredients that you really require, but you ain't got the money to go get the ingredients. You don't know what to do. And all I'm telling you is stand still and receive the salvation of the Most High. Because as long as you walk in this walk that the Most High requires for you to walk, he will provide and meet your needs. He will. This king is awesome. He doesn't always work the way you want him to work. He doesn't always do the things that you want him to do. He does things at his pace and how he decides he wants things to go down. We just got to get used to that. We're not used to that. I don't care if you've been in this 15, 20 years. A lot of us are still not used to letting the Most High lead because we haven't learned. We haven't learned. I could sit here for a long time and tell you about some of the things that have transpired in my life that caused me to say, oh, Creator, I need it. Oh, what am I going to do? And the Most High, before you can even get off the floor, he told you, he said, all right, you've been working on that before it even happened. I've been setting you up for position so that you could get what you needed before that situation came into your spirit. The Most High is king. Believe me, we're not doing these things in vain. We're not meeting every Shabbat in vain. We're not sacrificing fun, pleasure, friendships. We're not doing all those things in vain. We're doing those things for a positive reason because we seek the favor of the Creator. And no man on earth, no woman on earth could ever replace what the Most High has in store for you, for us, for we. No man, no woman, no job, no friend, nothing. No dog, no pet, nothing could ever replace what the Most High has for you. So what I say to you, family, if the man don't want you no more, or if the woman don't want you no more, let them go. Let them go. But you don't run from the Creator. You don't turn from the Creator. Matter of fact, that should make you double down on the Most High. That should make you double down on the King and want to give more of yourself to the King. But your life is not based off of flesh and blood. Your life is based off of the spiritual essence of the Creator. This is a spiritual warfare that we're in. This is spiritual battle, and you don't understand that. So Prince is here to share with you, to let you know and understand that this is spiritual warfare that we're in. And our objective is to be as spiritually in tune and connected with the Father as we possibly can be. May the Most High be praised. You got that song together now? May the Most High be praised. And I'm just letting you all, wanted to have that conversation with you all because a lot of us grow weary along the way. A lot of us get weak along the way. But I'm letting you know, you don't have to get weary. You don't have to get weak. All you need to do is trust in the Most High and let him fight your battles for you, because he will. He will fight your battles for you, but you have to let him. You got to stop standing in your way, in his way of blessing you. A lot of us self-sabotage our blessings because we turn away from the Creator before those blessings had the opportunity to come to us. Usually the Most High is waiting, the Most High is waiting for you to show him in your behavior that you are ready for what you truly desire in your soul and righteousness. Like that lady who was waiting for a new house because she was sleeping in the car. She was waiting for a house, but yet she was sleeping in the car and the car was nasty. The car was junky. It was terrible. She don't need a house. Why? So she could do the same thing to the house like she do with the car. She doesn't show she appreciate the car she got. So why would he give her a new car, a new house? You know? Why would he upgrade her to a level so she could just disappoint him all over again and misuse and abuse the blessing that he gave her? Same thing with you, brothers. A lot of you don't deserve a queen, but yet you're all talking about you want a queen. You want a P31. Thank you, Sister Tyra. You want a P31 woman. You're not ready for it. You would destroy a P31 woman. You would wreck her mind. You would drive her crazy. Because you ain't no good. You ain't got yourself ready. You're not ready to receive a P31 woman. Proverbs 31 woman. You're not ready for that. She won't be a P31 for long once she had a taste of you. You need a Jezebel. That's the kind of man you act like. You sleep around with all these different girls. You're bringing home diseases to your wife. You want to stand up in the podium and teach the people, and you infected, and you're sleeping with all the girls in the audience. But yet you want a P31 woman. Why would you insult the Most High like that? Why would you disrespect the Creator on that level? Now, what I just said is a true fact about individuals that are real. That are real in this life. There's people out here that's just like that do those things that I know of. We got to get it together, family. She says she want a man that's a protector, a provider, a man that's getting money too at the same time, you know, and yet fear the Most High and obeys the Most High. Sis, you ain't ready for a man like that. I know. You know why I know? Because a man like that, he ain't gonna let you do what you want to do, be who you want to be, say what you want to say, act like you want to act, go where you want to go. A man like that that's on tune with the Most High, that's on par with righteousness, you have to change your ways to be comfortable with a man like that. And a lot of women ain't ready for that. And yet a lot of women desire things like that. That's just lip service. That's just your desire. But what you're going to get is the man that you deserve. Either nobody or half of somebody. or a quarter of somebody. But you will not get that man that you desire yet. And if you do get him, you're only going to get him to get a taste of him, because you're not going to appreciate him. You're not going to understand him. You're not going to be happy. You're not going to be comfortable. Because a man like that requires a woman who can match his righteousness. And there's not a lot of women out there that can do that. But if you are that one and you remain diligent with the Most High, he will bless you with that type of man. He will give you that type of man because you can handle him. You know how to condition your mind and your desires to serve him and to be a virtuous wife. So you'll get what you desire. Remain diligent with the Most High. All right? Other than that, I've learned a long time ago that the Most High meets you where you are when he gives you a mate. He meets you where you are, unless you're one who is willing to upgrade in your behavior, in your attitude, in your conduct, in the way you think. Then the Most High will give you an upgrade to help you to go to the next level. But if you're not ready, but yet you think you're ready, if you ain't praying by yourself 5 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and before you go to bed, if you can't do those things on your own, what makes you think you get a man like that and he say, come on, baby, we got to get up at 5 o'clock and make prayer? You're going to get up. We got to make prayer 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're going to make prayer. No, when you get away from him, you ain't making no prayer. You're going to keep doing what you doing. When he ain't around you at 5 o'clock in the morning, you're going to stay in that bed and say, thank you, Creator, for waking me up, and go back to sleep. You ain't getting up to make prayer. Before you go to bed, you're just going to fall asleep and say, well, I'll make prayer when I get up. Next thing you know, it's going to be 5 o'clock in the morning, up for the next prayer where you missed that nighttime prayer. You ain't ready for a man like that. That man going to say, we fasting every Wednesday. You out of shape and fat and greedy. You don't want to fast. You come up with all these different reasons why you don't want to fast. I can't fast today. I didn't eat all week. Look, I'm hungry. I can't do no fast. He said, well, just fast half the day. Fast is 3 o'clock. All right, as soon as you get out of his presence, you got a cheesesteak and you nibbling on it. You got a Hershey's bar, Snickers, and you're not ready for that type of man. Because a man that's really about elevation and serving Most High in righteousness, he's going to require things about you that you don't do already in your life, that you don't even think, it don't even cross your mind to fast 2 or 3 days out of the week. It don't even cross your mind to go on a no food fast, no sugar fast, no junk fast. It don't even cross your mind because you have not the desire of righteousness. But yet you say you want a man that's a righteous man. You're not ready for that. You're not ready for that. Creator willing, one day you will be ready. What is that noise? One day you will be ready. I pray that it's soon. I pray that you get yourself in a position of, as my sister said, in purity and righteousness. You get yourself in a position of purity and righteousness to be ready. Oh, Mori Yehuda. Okay. See, I keep getting them mixed up. You get yourself in a position of purity and righteousness to be ready for that type of man. It's so many things going on in our lives, family, that we have a desire. Our desires expand, but the Most High is telling us we're not ready. That's why he keep us limited to the places and positions that he keep us in, because if he gave us what we truly desire, it would be a disaster. And we would destroy it or destroy ourselves in the process. This king know what he's doing. Believe me, as they say, trust the process. And then sometimes the Most High bring people in your lives who are able to help you, but you don't like the way he talk. You don't like the way he look. You don't like the way he smell. When you was around him one time and he smelled like devil eggs, you don't know that man might have had gas that week. He might have been battling with some sickness where he was eating a lot of garlic or something. You don't know why that man was like he was. It could be anything going on for any reason. but you never took the time to ask. You just left it alone and assumed that this was an all-time thing for him. You wouldn't want to be around a company of a man that smelled like feces all the time. You don't know. You miss out on so many things, family. Yeah, it's hilarious, but it's the truth, bro. Because we miss out on a lot of blessings from the Creator because of our own thoughts, our own way of thinking, our own way of seeing things, our own imagination. One of the quickest ways to destroy a person is with silence. You ain't got to say nothing. Just let them imagine in their mind, and they will see whatever it is that they desire to see. But when they start looking inside themselves and start seeing whatever it is that they phantom, that's their true thoughts of you as an individual. So we're going to leave it alone now, family. We're going to go down the list. We're going to say Shabbat Shalom to everyone after, you ready? After my wife gives us a beautiful selection of a song this morning. Hang in there, family. The name of the lesson today is When Was Man Created? Adam. Let's rock.
When I seen wrong prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh yeah, my King here, He protect us all, and He heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is He Yah man to where He gotta lie? Is His ear heavy to where He will not hear? Is His arm shortened to where He cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He must. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, He protect us all, and He heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King gives. He protects us all, and He heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is higher. I used to worry, but I don't know more. And I don't wanna think I've been through. You know He pulled me through. And I don't worry about man. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
Boy, that song was appropriate, wasn't it? Put all your trust in Him.
Among the gods, there is none like unto thee, neither are there any works like unto thy words. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, and shall glorify thy name, for thou art great and doest wondrous things.
This is my song, y'all. Y'all gotta forgive me.
Teach me thy ways, O Lord, yes, I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. Oh, I will praise thee, O Lord, with all my heart, and I shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, yes, and doest wondrous things. Thou art great and do 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 wondrous things.
Play what again? All right, babe. All right. Higher one more time. Higher one more time. One more time.
See, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. Oh yeah, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. Yeah, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. When I seen Rome prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh yeah, my King here, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is he Yah man to where he gotta lie? Is his ear heavy to where he will not hear? Is his arm shortened to where he cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King is, he protects us all, and he heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is higher. I used to worry
than you and me. Yes, he is. The Most High is higher than you and me for the whole world to see. All right, let's rock, y'all. All right, so thank you, everyone, for coming out. Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Higdalia, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. My brother Daniel, Shabbat Shalom. Ain Katir, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Yahuda, Shabbat Shalom. Maisha, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Who else in the house? Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom, sis. Shabbat Shalom. Who else there? Who else there? We got so many. Seeing Sister Huhua, Huhana, Pua, Yisrael, Shabbat Shalom, sis. May the Most High be with you as well. All right. Aim Sukari, Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, Ima Sukari. Shabbat Shalom. Brother Kezu, I seen you, Brother Kezu, in the house. Shabbat Shalom. Brother Kezu, Kenya. All right, sis. Shabbat Shalom, sister. Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. All right. Who else in the house? Sister Carol, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Who else in the house? Sister Shemaiah, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Hadassah, Shabbat Shalom. I had a couple people I wanted to shout out. Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom. One more thing I wanted to say too, family, and if I remember the other ones that I wanted to shout out, I'm going to shout them out in the midst of my conversations. But I want to say this. I have to say this. I need y'all to know, he can't do that. And what I wanted to say was this. There will be a lot of things that you will hear in these classes that you may disagree with. There will be a lot of things in these classes that you may not like. There may be a lot of things that you hear in these classes that will upset you. Make you feel like Prince don't know what he's talking about. But what I would ask you to do is go research before you draw your final conclusion to see if the things that Prince is saying are true and factual. You know, there's one thing that I might slip of the tongue and say something that's not there, a slip of the tongue. And everybody does that from time to time. You know, you mean to say somebody's name and you say somebody else's name, and it's truly an innocent accident. And that happens with the best of us. I remember when I was growing up, my mother, she used to always call me by my brother's name or call my brothers by my name and call my sister, mean to say one sister, call another sister. These things happen. So sometimes you have a slip of the tongue. But what I would suggest you do is go out. Go out and research and see if the things that Prince are teaching in his lessons are actual and factual. Even if you agree with them, still go out and see if verify these things before you begin to teach these things to others. You're going to hear some things in today's lesson that's going to rock your world. It's going to rock your very foundation of what you understand about being a Hebrew Israelite and who you are. I watched this. Well, first I want to give shout outs to this one brother. Let me think of his name real quick. There's two brothers that I want to give some shout outs real quick to. Moreh Yiftach. Moreh Yiftach Dan, I believe is his last name as it goes by. Moreh Yiftach, he has a broadcast where he teaches. You guys can go out and watch sometimes and watch the brother's recordings. I forget the name of the school or the class, the name of the class. Shomrei Habrit, right? Shomrei Habrit. Look him up sometime. Go out and see him. So I was watching one of his classes the other week, and the brother put me to shame. He got up and blew on the shofar when he opened up class, and he blew the shofar like a musician. He took that shofar. And I hit my shofar and I be doing my best. Sometimes it don't just, most of the time it doesn't come out the way that I imagine it in my mind, but I'm going to get better at it. Maury Iftak got on that shofar and blew that shofar, and that thing just brought me such delight to hear brother, hit that shofar the way that he did. And I appreciated that. It set the whole tone for the rest of the class. I didn't get to watch the whole class, but I watched enough of it that I wanted to give him his shout outs, his props today for being able to blow that shofar the way that he did. And another brother is Tazariak, I think his name is. Two-book brother that's been out representing Israel all over the place. Captain Tazariak, one of them brothers, I've been seeing him all over the place and talking a whole lot of stuff, uplifting Israel, promoting Israel, and doing a lot of things to try to get awareness, bringing awareness to the house of Israel, to the nation of Israel. He's doing what he's able to do. But I tell you something else. I can tell that brother watches our classes, because when he gets into the teaching portion of some of the things that he's talking about, he ain't get that knowledge from nowhere. And ain't nobody teaching it but me. So I know where he's getting it from. I don't need no props. He ain't got to say Prince Kizaridar of Temple Kifrarim said this. It's not necessary. But I know that ain't nobody teaching this knowledge like this unless you got it from here or Temple Kifrarim. Because the stuff we teach, the world don't know nothing about. They don't know nothing about. The average people, the average Israelites been walking this way for years, have no knowledge about the things we talking about. And we're going to have one of those kind of conversations today. We're going to have one of those kind of conversations where if you ain't been walking with Prince, you probably never heard these things. So we're going to get into this. We're going to indulge into it. We're going to divulge it. We're going to break it up. We're going to do some teachings today. And I want you to take your notepads, your pens, your papers. I want you to write down these things. And I want you to go see if the things that Prince is teaching today, if you could dispute any of them. And if you can, don't just give your opinion. Oh, that ain't true. I don't agree with that. State your facts. Present your information. Don't just give your opinion, because your opinion, everybody got one. You know that. But everybody ain't doing this research. Everybody ain't letting the Spirit of the Most High guide them. Everybody's not receiving pure knowledge from on high. Everybody don't get that. So a lot of the times, because somebody else, you never heard it anywhere or you never seen it anywhere, doesn't mean that it's not true. The Creator said in the last days, knowledge will run to and fro in the earth. And that's exactly what's taking place in these days. I'm just grateful that the Most High has chosen me to be one of those vessels that he's been utilizing to help that knowledge run to and fro in the earth. So let's rock. Let's do what we do. May the Most High be praised. Let's give him his glory, his honor, and his praise. For he is the King of all things. He is the supreme intelligence of all creation. And we shall honor him. We shall worship him. We shall serve him with every fiber of our beings. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. For truly he is worthy. All right. So I'm going to turn over this portion to my Isha, Princess Madiah Yisrael. She has this portion of the day, and she's going to do what she do. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
May the Most High be praised. All right, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. All glory and praises to the Creator. I pray you all can hear me. We are going to start off with our thank yous unto the Creator for this day. Just thankful to be here and thankful to be able to even have this portion and have this portion to be able to go over and share with everyone how we are thankful. So we're going to start with Malcolm Higdalia, who always comes ready, giving us an abundance of thanks to share on her behalf. So Maka Dahlia says, I am thankful to the Most High for waking me up today with my mind full of different things pertaining to Torah and our future. It's always an awesome mind journey. Absolutely. I know how those waking up with those mind journeys are. I woke up with one today as well. I am thankful to the Most High for creating conditions that allowed my eldest daughter and I to become closer as she got older. The teen years can be a doozy. Yes, they can. I can testify to that, sis. I definitely understand it. Michael Dally also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for preserving my mother and keeping her strong as she ages. She says, I'm also thankful to the Most High for making it possible for my mother to provide a home for our family. He did it through her before she could think twice. Hallelujah. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High that my mother has been so patient, providing for me many years as an adult, waiting for me to grow up and simultaneously taking care of others I choose to bring into the fold. Hallelujah. I am thankful to the Most High for his perfection. He has made it so that I am able to sit and talk with mommy every day on my lunch break. It adds an excitement to my day I can't explain. Beautiful. Malcolm Dollar also says, I am thankful to the Most High for opening my heart and mind to him and his Torah. There are people I deem absolutely brilliant, but they are not allowed to see and understand his expectations of his creation. Hallelujah. I am thankful to the Most High for the school, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim, such a noble endeavor to elevate our children spiritually. I am thankful to the Most High for his patience with me. It is signals from him that I ask for. I can be slow catching on at times, and he constantly tries to show us where to go and how to move for the best outcome. Hallelujah. Malcolm Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for giving me the understanding that today is not my day. It helps to keep me grounded on what conversations and activities to engage in. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for giving me methods that help me settle my mind in the face of adversity or strife. Being able to think logically in those situations feels like a superpower. I am thankful to the Most High for my understanding that keeping the laws are important no matter how I feel in the moment. I used to fall into arguments or strife or drama on the Shabbat and blame others for drawing me in. Yet, the choice was always with me. Understanding this has changed my responses and engagement tremendously. She says, I believe that clarity is given through the scriptures, where we are admonished to be strong and of good courage several times. It takes internal strength to do the law. Absolutely. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for giving me a studious mind, that it has allowed me to cleave to him through understanding his Torah, and has helped me in other areas like school and work also. Hallelujah. Malcolm Dahlia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the music we have in our community that helps keep us rooted in our observances. The classics are still my favorites, but we have songs from every generation, Toda Yehovah. Malcolm Hidali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for all of my spiritual leaders that have been there to answer all my millions of questions as I develop my knowledge of his Torah. They all offer different perspectives and even have varied practices, but they all have a heart devoted to the Creator in their own way. Hallelujah. Malcolm Dahlia also says, I am thankful to the Most High for the comfort knowing him and that he is in charge always brings me. When I worry about things going on in the world, or sad for my family passing, or being disappointed in a person's behavior, and many other things, remembering his power and control of his creation reminds me there are no accidents. Hallelujah. And then Malka Higdalia also says, Salakli, she says, I am thankful to the Most High for putting it in your hearts to make this segment. Get us to thinking about the many things we need to be thankful for. Hallelujah. All right. You want to say anything? I'm going to go to the next one. All right, you guys. All right, moving forward, we're going with Morikezu and his thankfuls. Morikezu says, thankful and grateful to behold another Shabbat, even if it hurts. I am grateful to have my eyes open and can see the sunshine, even through the clouds. They say rain, I say another blessing of the Creator. Shabbat Shalom to all, even though there's not peace in our land area at the moment. I thank the Most High for allowing me to see who is for Him and His way. I encounter different people every day, and to be able to share His ways is a delight. Just yesterday, in traveling, speak to a sister and let her know I can't tarry because in not too long, it'll be the Sabbath. It was quite astounding to hear from her mouth. I knew it was a reason. To shut down on Friday evening. And I said, yep, the Most High telling you to take a break. Then she says, Morikezu says, I'm so thankful for clarity. At times, vision is distorted because of feelings of fear or being ostracized. But as long as you're moving in a righteous path, the Most High will be with you, guiding you like Abba Abraham. He also says, I'm thankful for my Isha and family, even if at times we are distant or at odds. Hallelujah. He says, I'm so thankful to have this knowledge of Torah, to know that even if I don't know my tribe or genealogy, I am an Israelite because I choose the Creator. And I would teach my children the same. I am appreciative of the pain I go through every day because it allows me to also move and motivate within the Most High's mercies and continue to work and pray to be worthy of the blessings. I am grateful that I have family that are really family, ones that check on you and will assist in any way possible to ensure that I am well. It's a humbling experience because who I am. Thankful for another Shabbat day, though I wonder if I'm worthy, considering I only went out and worked 3 days this week. Still thankful for those moments because the pain is excruciating. But you actually worked all week at the school. That's a blessing. All in all, I'm thankful to be here because I could be any other place. So I'm pulling up soon. And then Morikezu says, I forgot to mention, I'm thankful for growth, to know we started from a thought in someone's mind to make it to this point and realize there's still more growing to do. All praises. All right, and then we have thank you from Ankitir. Ankitir says, I'm grateful to the Most High for allowing me to connect with beautiful people and families throughout the journey of this life. She also says, I'm also thankful to the Most High's covering while traveling, whether at long or short distances. So glad you made it safely, Ankitir. And then Akoti Ornit says, I am grateful and thankful to the Most High for life and being in the land of the living. Torah for the holy season that we are coming into, one of my favorite holy days and seasons. Torah, sorry, you guys, let me go and get the rest of her. Thank you. Okay, she says Torah for the, you don't see her. Oh, she says Torah for the holy Shabbat day. Hallelujah. And then I know I saw a few more. Kingdom Burnell, Moreh Yehuda, who is also another educator at our school, says, I am grateful for prophecy being fulfilled before mine eyes. Hallelujah. Aim Sukari says, grateful for the many blessings from the Most High. All praises. And Sister Opal, Zaquena Opal, says, I am thankful to the Most High for keeping me safe keeping her safe on each job. Sometimes there's such a lot of stress going on that the job, and she's thankful for us, her family, Shabbat, her Shabbat family. Hallelujah.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Opal. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Opal.
You want to say anything else? You want to say your thank you?
Yeah, I can go after you.
All right, and then I'm sorry. And Keter also says, I'm thankful for Higdalia's spirit of thankfulness, so inspiring, brings so much to mind. Hallelujah. All right, so I am, oh, I'm sorry, chicken broth, oh, Shemaiah, let's see, I'm sorry. Oh, Sister Shemaiah says, all praises to the true, on to the true high. She says, Koresh says shalom. Shalom, Koresh. Then Zaquina Opal says, Shabbat at the family, love you. Autumn.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. To the Mishpachah. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm talking a little low. I am tired this morning, but I am thankful to be here with my family. I am thankful for the understanding of how frail life is. As you all know, my father passed away suddenly but unsuddenly, and I say sudden, and I say it like that because even though the Most High warned my spirit about something happening to him about a year ago, it still was sudden when it happened, right? Because it wasn't like I knew he was on a physical health decline. I mean, I knew something was going on. I just didn't know what specifically it was. So it wasn't like he declined slowly but surely, like in a hospital or anything like that. I mean, he declined in his own way, in his own home, but I just didn't know the severity. So I'm thankful that the Most High warned me about it a while ago to at least prepare my spirit in some type in some type of way, even though I'm still trying to grab hold of it. So I'm thankful for the living memories that run through my mind of my father, and of my parents in general, of my family members, my mother. And it just reminded me of how frail life is, you know, how important it is to convene with your loved ones. Make sure you hear their voice. Make sure you save things, save pictures. My dad was a big person on saving pictures, a lot of pictures, big family man. So I'm thankful for the reminder to be around family and to do what you can to have moments, special moments with your family. I'm thankful for my husband and sister wife that were there with me throughout the whole entire process. My sister wife basically wrote, with the help of me and my aunt, the obituary. She was pretty much the designer of it, right? Of the programs, and she did an awesome job and just took the lead on that, just to relieve that off of my shoulders. So she was an amazing help with that, and just a solid rock and solid sister, as she always is. I'm thankful for my husband that went to the funeral with me and held me and prayed at the funeral. He made sure to let people know that he wasn't Muslim because of the garments he was wearing, but he was still well received by, I would say, well received by a couple of my family members came up and told him he did a beautiful prayer because he did half in Hebrew, half in English. So I'm grateful that he was there to just hold me through that process and just get through that day. I feel like I relived that day ever since it happened, and I'm still trying to wrap my hand around it that it actually happened. But I'm grateful that the Creator warned me about it a while ago so that I can at least know something was about to happen. And I'm grateful for the love my father has shown me throughout my life, even now. I'm grateful for the love of my parents, my family. One thing my mother said, who's really close to us, to our whole family unit, but she said that you have such a good family. And this was after we did the cleansing of the prayer cleansing when you're unclean for 7 days. She participated in that with us, which was really special. And right after that, my husband walked away and started talking to family, but she hugged me and she said, "You have such a really good family." And I said, "Thank you." So I'm glad that she was able to see the beauty in our unit, the beauty in what we have. That means a lot to me. So yeah, I guess I'm just grateful to just be here and be able to process and continue to process my father's transition to the Creator. And I'm gonna be I'm just trying to go through this process for a while. I know it, but I'm grateful that I have who I have around me, virtually, a phone call, in person, to get through each day, which is a blessing. Because sometimes people pass in your family, you have no one around, which would be terrible. So I'm grateful that that's not what my circumstance is. So I'm grateful for my father, his transition to the Creator, and the peace of knowing that he is not hurting physically anymore. So that is a mercy in itself. So that was my biggest thanks. I'm done. Toda, everybody.
All right, and Most High be praised. So, anyway.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh. All right. Shabbat Shalom. Sorry, I'm trying to go to more comments before I move on. All right. So, Sister Kaza, I'm sorry, can y'all hear me? All right, Sister Kaza says, I'm appreciative of my abilities to listen and hear. I'm grateful for all the seeds that have been planted in me, and I'm thankful for fertile grounds. Hallelujah. And then MKT says, you're never truly prepared to see your loved one go, no matter the prognosis. Absolutely. Sending prayers for you and family as you remember all your opportunities and memories shared with your father. From Aim Sukari. A quote or Neat says, that's so beautiful, Autumn. And Courtney says, hallelujah, such a blessing, Prince. I'm not sure what she's speaking of, but and Kitir says, sharing does help perspective and resolve at Autumn. Toda for sharing. And Shemai says, Toda for sharing, sis. All right, you guys, we are going to, I give my thank yous to the Creator for this day, for this holy Shabbat day. To the Most High for allowing us to close out our week, bringing in the Shabbat at evening last night and opening up our eyes to the full day of the Shabbat on today. So grateful for this rest day. So grateful to be able to, just wake up and give thanks for all that He has allowed us to experience in life. I was just telling somebody how life is lifing, and she was just she was like, "Oh wow, I never heard that before," but she, she was like, "I can agree with that term." And I don't even think, even when we say life is life, and I think we say it because it's just easier than to go into the whole concept of what life is really doing to us. But, thankful for it regardless. Thankful to the Most High for my Horim, my parents. Every day, someone reminds me of something they have done or something that's going on. And so I'm thankful for that, to be able to have people who consistently keep them alive in their memories and doing the work that they left before us. I'm thankful to the Creator for my Ish, for all that he does for us as a family, as a community, as a nation, for the sacrifices that he has put forth over us, like family and immediate family, for the people, because a lot of times, and because of the way I grew up, I didn't like the sacrifices all the time that my parents did, but as an adult, I grew to understand it and appreciate it. And so I appreciate the sacrifices my husband does, even though at times it can be, it can get to a place where you're feeling like, what about just us? But that's not what this life is, and that's not the life we all chose. So we have to understand it, appreciate it, and it's only natural to have different thoughts about it. So grateful to the Most High for that. Grateful to the Most High for my sister wife, for my family, my sisters, my brothers, my children, our children that we all share together. Grateful that the Most High allowed me to be there for my sister wife. For the last, I think it was like 2 weeks, we were over in Ohio, and it was definitely a space to be in. It was very cold. We had come from Georgia, which was 80 degrees, and we went into Ohio, and it was super cold. It was even snowing for a part of the time we were there. And mind you, my sister wife and I did not come prepared for winter. So we had to go and gather a few things, and her mom was able to even bring us some things just to make sure we were warm, and took us to get certain things to make sure we were warm, because we were prepared for summer. I don't know why, but that's where our mind was. But just thankful to be able to, be a support to my sister wife, and learning that all these different experiences grows us stronger together, builds our bond and our union as a family together. And I was thankful just for the opportunity to see some of her family who I've met before, and thankful for their embrace, and having the opportunity to sit and talk to one of her cousins for a good hour. We just talked, and she had a lot of questions about our way of life as being an Israelite. And it was refreshing to be able to answer a lot of her questions and her get clarity on, just who we are. Super grateful to the Creator for just being alive, being able to witness his blessings, his mercies, his grace on a daily basis is definitely a blessing. And I'm super grateful for, even though we were gone and we had to come back and travel, and we made it back home safely to our land. And the most beautiful part was, once we got here, just being able to walk around in the warmth, being able to embrace our land, and seeing the baby out there just running, because, he loves to be outside. So it was really beautiful to just be able to be here, touch down again on the land, see our animals safe and sound, and even having the blessing of having my daughters and my son come out here and do certain things while we were gone. So super grateful for family and the ability for others to sacrifice their time to be able to go and help you and assist. I'm just grateful, and I pray that families, when death happens, that they stick together. that they don't, do petty things, that they really understand that what's lost in that human body and that physical, that it's not a time for to be disgruntled with one another or separate, but that's the time where you're supposed to come together the most, where you're supposed to be there to strengthen each other, hold each other up through love and just space and peace and patience with one another, because it is a time, it's hard to describe your emotions during those times. And a lot of times we see where, people go, it becomes a real trying time for families. So I just want to express that, that we think about that. And then also, prepare your family, not for your passing, because you can't, like Aim said, no matter what, you're never prepared. But when I say prepare, I mean prepare your finances, your paperwork, whatever you need. Write your will and make sure more than 2 to 3 people know where it is, and make sure that they're all in agreement. They're all in agreement with one another, that they all understand what your desires are when you leave this world, when your physical leaves. Because one thing, we were at the funeral home, and those caskets, they had caskets there where they had one that was almost $30,000 for what? And then they were like, oh yeah, and it has a seal on it to keep the earth from decomposing the body. And we were like, but that's what it's supposed to do. You're supposed to decompose into the earth. And, just being in that environment, realizing that it's not about giving, back to the creator for them. It's about making their money. And then it's about, actually, the sad part is making money off of people in their most vulnerable times. That's one of the most vulnerable states you could be in, death and birth. And so to just see that people will do that to you. And it's always good, just like when a woman is giving birth, when someone passes, to go in there together as a unit, have an understanding of what you want, what you're not going to do, because they will take all your money if you allow them to. And so, it's important to know what's important in those moments. And, but there's some people who want that, who want a grand finale with a $30,000 casket and you spending $100,000 on their funeral. That's not anything that, I would ever want or would say to have. The Most High says, go back until how you came, back into the dirt. And that's how we were formed. So he wants us to return in that manner, not in a satin covered box with metal all around it, because that's what it is. And that actually keeps your body from decomposing how it naturally supposed to decompose. So, just thinking about those things, I thought about it a lot. And the funny thing was, talking to even my sister wife's family, some of them were like, yeah, that's how I want to be buried, how y'all bury, with nothing, just bury me in the ground, because we were talking about how we do it. And I was showing them videos of how we did with my father and, talking about how we did with my mother and how we just do in our nation, and what's the proper way. And a lot of them were like, I feel the same way. Don't put me in a casket. Don't dress me up. Yes, wrap me in linen. We told them we cleanse your body. Then we wrap you in linen or a shroud, 100% cotton. We shroud you. And then, say prayers and place you in the ground. We may have a service and you're in a pine box, a pure pine box without any lining, without any, comfort of, because that's the other part. I think people feel like, oh, my loved one's going to be uncomfortable. Their spirit's gone. There's no, they're comfortable where they are. Their spirit has already left that body. And so I think, we think a lot about what we would want for that person. And we don't consider what they would want, but we also have to think about, most importantly, what the Creator says for us to do. And so, that was definitely on my mind a lot. And I'm so happy that, my husband and I have talked about this at different times of what, what we both would expect and desire. And I've expressed it to my children and my sisters and brothers. so that they would understand and it would not be any type of conflict or misunderstanding of what, what to do. But yeah, so thankful for all that. Thankful for the school. Thankful for Marie Kezu for holding it down these last 2 weeks. A phenomenal job stepping in. My husband was like, "Oh, he's your new assistant. You got an assistant principal." And but I'm thankful because you don't have too many people that'll say, "Okay, I got this. Y'all go handle what needs to be handled. We got you, family." And so that was a blessing to be able to have family step up and say, "We got this. You all go do what you have to do. No worries." My husband every day check on the school, and I'd be like, "I don't need to check on the school," even though I would in my way, but y'all was running it, and the students loved it, and the parents loved it. And so super thankful for our school family, for all the support that you all continuously provide for us, and even my sister Koti Couture for all of what she does behind the scenes when we're there and when we're not there. And so, yes, super thankful. And I'm very excited. I really am. This is one of my favorite holy days as well, Orni. Pesach, Kakmatso is one of the most beautiful celebrated. It's our New Year, holy seasons where you really just get to cleanse and shine and be truly with the Creator and one with Him in so many different ways. So I'm so looking forward to the holy season, to all of our families that are coming forward to celebrate with us, to memorialize with us. And prayerfully, if anyone else deciding or desiring to attend, please reach out to us. Reach out to Maisha or myself. We have an elder that's coming for the very first time to be a part of Pesach with the congregation, with family on the land. And so it's an honor to be able to welcome her. And I know that, we'll give her the hospitality of Abraham and Ima Sarah. So yes, all praises, all glory unto the Creator for His day. Thankful for this moment, this segment, and may the Most High be praised. And I know we're going to go into the law. So give me 1 second. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. So all right, I'm just going to read a bunch of. Yes, Kingdom Brunel says, farm life is the best life. It absolutely is. The fresh air. And that's what I was getting at too. I'm thankful that my daughters still have my car. So we were running a little late. And so we walked up to the Knesset. And it was just a blessing to be able to walk over here and just walk in the grass and the sand, see the baby walking. My sister wife and I, and just breathing that fresh air. It's nothing like fresh air, especially after you've been in the city for days and days. It's like you're drowning in that space. And once you get into this fresh open air, you feel like you have been revived, rejuvenated. And so I'm definitely giving thanks to the Creator for this blessing. Kingdom Brunel says, also wrap me in linen and put me in the ground. Absolutely. That's what we must do. And then Sister Shemaiah says they have a process where they cremate you and turn you into a diamond. What? There's so much that they do. It's crazy. We even were talking about, my husband was talking about how, and one of Autumn's aunts said how she saw when they were pulling up someone, they don't even let you watch. You put your family down. They don't let you watch when they turn the casket down into the grave anymore. And what they're doing, from just researching other people seeing it, they're taking the bodies out of those caskets, dumping the bodies in the dirt, and then reselling that casket. It's so many things that are just wicked and foul in this earth, in this world. And that's another reason why it's so important to bury your own, to cleanse your own, because you want to know exactly what they're doing, because they're not going to tell you. they're gonna make you believe that they're doing righteous, but a lot of them aren't. So we have to be mindful of that. And then speaking of the pay side, Sister Shemai said, excited about seeing y'all, very excited. And then Sister Anit says, all came this fresh spring air, absolutely. And then Sister Shemai says, nothing like nature charges you up, absolutely. And then she says, loving the warm rays from Sister Anit. And then yes, Sister Shemai says, oh yeah, I heard that about people digging up the graves and taking the caskets. She said, we need a mortician in the community. And I believe we have, right, Abba? Isn't his name?
We got one, but we need
Yeah,
one.
there's one for sure.
I don't know whether we want to help somebody's chart.
Okay. Maish was saying that if anyone is interested in the study of mortician or want to become one, then he's available and willing to help with the schooling and the education of that process. And then Zaquina Kenya says, yep, paying all that money for renting a casket. Exactly. Renting a casket. No, ma'am. And the lowest casket we saw in there that was like metal was, I think, $2,400. And even the pine caskets were like $1,000 and up. So, you know, it's a lot. They're really making their livelihood off of it, which I can't say I don't understand it, but I do, because there's people who want that. Sister Anit says they would be unclean all the time. Yeah, a mortician would, or most likely a lot, depending on how often people may pass and they need to be there. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. And then Sister Shemai says Lafallah is going to have to be a man or me.
We need men and women.
Yeah, we do need men and women, because in our culture, the women are to clean the women and the men are to clean the men. So, and you don't have to be a mortician to do that part, but it is important to have both. All right, so we are going to begin a portion of the day. I really wanted to speak on Pesach, what we can and cannot eat, based off of studies from my husband and other spiritual leaders for the week of Chag and just, our practices, because so many people have different understandings and different ways that they keep Passover or the week of Chag. And so I want to just share what we do, so that it won't be a shock to others when they come or not understood that that's what we do. So I just want to make sure that we are sharing and being transparent. Let's see, Salakli, I can probably share my screen. All right. So I was given this email years ago. Maish sent me this when we were in the beginning of our courtship to understand his process of Chag. So I know we don't have a lot of time, and I'm sure he's going to go over more of this, but I wanted to talk about the foods and just the expectations and how we'll proceed. So corn, rice, and beans during Chag. That's a question, because there are some of us who do not agree with eating corn, rice, or beans during Chag. And they say basically because it swells when water touches it, which is almost everything, you guys, honestly, even your own self, right? So it says water alone does not cause fermentation. It has long been the misconception, mostly among Jewish people, that any food product that rises is considered impermissible for Passover. This included making rice, beans, and corn. They figured that because these foods has risen in the cooking process, that they were fermented. Not true. This is incorrect. When any food is put into water, it will absorb the water, thereby cause the food to swell. This is in no way an example of fermentation or leavening. If this was true, we wouldn't be able to drink water during Chag Matzot, because water would then be a ferment agent because it's causing things to ferment. This theory is incorrect and unsupported. And then we're going to talk about tofu and other vegetarian products during Chag Matzot. Still questionable, he said, in my mind, but this was years ago, so I'm sure we come to some other conversations. But tofu, although questionable, appears to be perfectly okay for Chag Matzot when it is made or purchased without any fermented additives. If not for many of the fermented additives that are put into many vegetarian dishes, some of them would have been okay to have. However, there are just about no vegetarian prepackaged meals that are without any type of yeast, enzyme, or other fermented preservative or additive. And then there's a link which I will actually copy and share in the comments for you guys. 1 second, my apologies. Whoa. So I shared that link for you all to look up. It's about tofu, how it's made or preserved. And then it says, what should be eaten during Chag Matzot? Yeast is a product that is not always viewed as being good for human consumption. It has been known to cause the following: fungal spikes, which pierce through the gut wall, killing of friendly bacteria, yeast infections for men, women, and children. These are just a few of the results of a yeast diet. So it is no coincidence that the Most High acts to cease from these things. Stick to fresh meat, no prepackaged meats, sliced smokes, no smoked meats. Visit your local slaughterhouse. There are a few in urban neighborhoods now. Also, or you can visit even local farms, because there are a lot of farms who also have slaughterhouses on their farm. And usually that's even cleaner and better than actually going to a slaughterhouse, because sometimes they also mix scraps within their grounded foods to add coloring or beef up. I remember when I was gonna order some ground lamb one holy season, and the guy was like, "Oh, do you want it with the extra beef to thicken it, or do you want it without?" And of course, my reply was without. But they do that, and a lot of times, he didn't have to ask me that, but sometimes people don't say it, and you're just buying ground meat thinking it's one meat, but it's actually multiples. And plus, we usually like to go to a farm that only have sheep, because we know that that's what we're getting, or sheep or goat. And there's no pigs, none of the other ground meats that can be combined in it. We used to go to this one close to us, but he no longer is available. But Sister Shemaiah is actually looking at a few places for us to go visit. And there's an Israelite brother, Brother Asa, with Atlanta Harvest, who also has fresh lamb, live stock of lamb and goat that we can also go in and peruse his what he has as well. Fresh vegetables. Stay away from canned or frozen vegetables. And the reason why staying away from canned or frozen vegetables, because there are preservatives that are placed in the canned or frozen vegetables. And they put those preservatives in there to try to keep them as fresh as possible, quote unquote. And so those preservatives sometimes are made with enzymes that we do not eat. There are seasons that we do not partake in, especially during the week of Chag Matzot. And so, and it also says any 4-digit coded products is not organic. Most 5-digit coded products are. And a big thing now is to research what's organic or what's the organic process of how they are saying that this food is organic. Because now you have organic products that have a 9, and that's the ones that we mostly buy. Well, we only buy if we, to the best of our ability. And then there's ones with 6. And they say the numbers with 6 means it's partially organic. It's not 100% organic. And then, there's this new thing where they have, where it's organic because they claim it's organic because it's produced or it's planted, farmed organically. And we can't argue with what is organic in that sense of if it's organically taken like naturally from the earth or natural, like naturally grown, but so they can say it's organic. If they put pig's blood in it, they can say it's organic because it is, right? And then you have some people who do use certain farming soil resources that come from blood. And I know I'm not one to utilize that because it's blood, it's foundation, it's made from blood of an animal, and we're not supposed to eat the blood. So I don't want the blood to be, or to grow my vegetables in the blood, even if it's dried up, of an animal. We also talk about fresh spices and herbs.
Let me say something for a minute.
Uh-huh.
Now, a lot of the organic food also has a different color label. Some organic foods, some organic products you'll see it has a green label, and then some organic products will have a black label. They both mean organic, but the black label is less organic than the green label. The black label has some chemicals in it, but it still was raised organically. But the green label is supposed to be without any additives or any chemicals. So you also have to pay attention to that. Usually you want to stick with the green labels. But if they don't have any green labels, the black label is always better than the non-GMO or the GMO. Non-GMO, if they don't have any organic, then you get non-GMO. But if you have to choose between the black label says organic and the non-GMO, then you get the black label that says organic. And if you have the opportunity to get the green label, then you definitely will get the green label. May the Most High be praised. Hold on.
Amen.
Boy, that's a nice picture right there. Picture. A little closer. A little closer, girl. Come on now. There you go. Nice picture.
All right, Toda Rabah. Let me get back to the reading. Luckily, I have to read on another screen, y'all. I cannot see those tiny words. So also, going back to what we can have, fresh spices and herbs. Stay away from bottled or packed herbs and spices. Use fresh onions, green peppers, garlic, and or we don't use Bragg's, even though it's here. Like I said, this was, we have to update this. We use coconut aminos, but we still have to look at those because I don't think I used coconut aminos last year based off of what was inside of it. So we have to look at everything, that even the fresh herbs, because I know there are a lot of people who still use bottled herbs, still packed herbs, but you have to look at what's in that bottle. And because a lot of times it'll say natural. Yeah. Right. And bottled herbs have preservatives that give a long shelf life. Or if you see something that says natural seasonings, we know that that could be from anything to make it natural. And some of that stuff could come from an uncleaned resource. Also, like I like to go to the farmers market here in Georgia because even though they have packaged herbs, it's freshly packaged herbs. And there's no preservatives in it. And you could see it, how you could smell the freshness. And then, of course, picking out fresh herbs as well. But yes, so if you're going to get anything that's prepackaged, just look at if it has preservatives in it or anything else besides the actual herb that is being that's in that particular package. Then we go to salts. So we use sea salt. We do kosher sea salt, salts that we know are just purely salt, pure salt. And then soaps and toothpaste. So this is going from what we eat to now what we utilize on a daily basis. Our soaps, what we put in our bodies. So use soaps with pure simple ingredients such as Kiss My Face, pure olive oil soap. And there are other brands that are pure, just a pure source, like a coconut base or olive oil base that's just the same, without any additives that are considered to be leavening agents or fermentation. And so it says also stay away from toothpaste that has alcohol or xanthan gum or any other alcohol byproducts as ingredients. And a lot of toothpaste, as we know, has baking soda in it, sodium bicarbonate. So we have to be mindful of the toothpastes. I know for us, usually what I do during this time, I make our toothpaste with activated charcoal, coconut oil, and I get some fresh mint off of our land, chop it up really good, mix it really good, and that's our toothpaste. And also, even with your toothbrushes, and everybody doesn't do this, but I do. I actually purchase new toothbrushes for usually, and we don't use them until, that night that Pesach comes in, to throw away the old toothbrush because it has, different particles from brushing your teeth, other things from using that toothpaste all year that can stick into your toothbrush or however many months you have your toothbrush for. But it doesn't all wash off of the toothbrush or the bristles, right? And so just being mindful of all those things. I know I do go, some people say I'm a little fanatic with it, but that's to the levels that I choose to do because I just want to make sure I'm doing the best of what I can do. Also during that time, like in our household, we put away all of our soap powders that have leavening agents in it. We put away all of our cleaning supplies, and then we just use the purest of cleaning supplies. Like I usually will get big bottle of peppermint soap by Dr. Bronner's because it's just pure soap. And so we utilize that because a lot of cleaning supplies have vinegar in it, have baking soda or other things that can be considered fermented or leavening. And I know everybody doesn't agree, but like I said, this is just a prerequisite so you can know what we do here. And then also, so, we do our best to have anything and everything that has fermentation in it to be outside of our house. It goes on to talk about vitamins, and this is presented, by Dr. Maury Yoel as well. So we talk about vitamins. It says, please use common sense with this issue because most vitamins are alcohol extracted or have yeast as an additive. Please refrain from use unless your health absolutely depends on them. Try to naturally substitute vitamins with natural healthy foods. And then, of course, consult your physician before attempting this. And we put that in there because there are people who have to take certain medications during the week of Chag that they must do for their health, for sustaining their life. And so we're not here to cause anybody to just throw away their medication, not do what you need to do for your health wise. And we pray that the Most High understand that. We know we have a just and graceful and merciful power. And so that's why that is put in there. And then consult your physician before attempting to substitute any medications or vitamins for healthy foods. Because for some, the medications you have to take, and there's no healthy foods that they have, I guess, found that can substitute that or that, for that moment of time. So the other part is only use fresh squeezed juices. Stay away from most vitamin fortified products, even in soy milk. And that's another big thing. People are like, oh, I'm gonna just buy 100% juice. A lot of what we see in the stores that say 100% juice has preservatives, have vitamin fortified products because I've read them. They have some have acidic acid. Like we just gotta not acidic acid. I'm sorry. Some has different additives that can cause like the bubbles to come up. So it's like sodium carbonate. We just have to be mindful of all those things. There's even bottled water that has sodium carbonate in it. If you shop at Walmart, their bottled water, their brand has sodium carbonate in it. A lot of waters do. So you have to really read everything. It's so important that we read everything because we don't want to be caught not doing what the Most High asks us to do. And it happens. I can tell y'all every year, every single year that I have done this way of life, and I've been doing it for 18 years, something is found with it in the house or in the car, in your purse, in the children's bag, something that has it in it. Even sometimes we mistakenly purchase something, even after we've read it, and it's in there. And we ask the Most High for forgiveness and we toss it. So that gets me to the other part of the cleansing of your house, a thorough cleansing. I know growing up, we used to call it spring cleaning, and it was around this time. And now I clearly understand, where it came from. But with the spring cleaning, not just cleaning our houses thoroughly, but cleaning our purses, our work bags, our children's bags, because children will have food in there. They might have lunches that you sent them to school with if they go outside the house for school that's been in there for months, because that's what children do. They'll take a lunch and eat what their friend gave them at school. And even your car, thoroughly cleaning your car to the best of your ability, because the crumbs, all those things have leavening. If you're eating bread in your car, chips, all that stuff, right? Has leavening. Even, so many chips because of the seasoning. So a lot of people say, hey, they either don't do chips at all or they stick to plain corn chips or plain potato chips. But we do have to understand that it has preservatives because it's in a bag, it's on a shelf. So, a lot of it is really, when we make those choices, it's your, your understanding of what that means. However, though, here on our land, we don't do any of it because we just don't want to make that decision, and we're making the wrong decision to eat plain chips. And it's only 7 days, family, and we can go without, not having a bag of chips or some corn chips or a piece of cake, we'll be fine. We will actually be better than what we were the week before. All right. And so Dr. Maria Well also says, it's oftentimes challenging to decipher all of the ways in which this society has connected our food products with ferments. However, it should still instill within us a sense of desire to begin growing and producing our own. This way, our lives are not at the hands of our captors. Staying away from certain things is not really difficult at all once you put your mind to it. You can't be stagnant, and you must be diligent in your research and desire to follow the instructions of the Most High. And remember, the Pesach, Chag Matzot, is an appointed time when the Most High shows us all the ways in which this society has polluted our foods and how far away we've gotten from eating holy. May the Holy One be blessed. May the Holy One, blessed be He, bless and keep us now and forever. Moreh Yoel, Dr. Moreh Yoel. And then I just want to go over some definitions, leaven, yeast, and fermentation, because, we have different understandings of it. But the encyclopedia, leavening agent, a leavening agent, sometimes called just leavening or leaven, is a substance used in doughs and batters that causes them to rise. In the presence of moisture, heat, acidity, or other triggers, the leavening agent reacts to produce gas, often carbon dioxide, that becomes trapped. And then he says the web answer, leavening is the process of adding gas to a dough before or during baking to produce a lighter, more easily chewed bread. Most bread consumed in the West is leavened. What is fermentation? The web answer. Fermentation, a noun, the anaerobic conversion of sugar to carbon dioxide and alcohol by yeast. Any of a group of chemical reactions induced by living or, well, I can't see the whole thing, I'm sorry guys, but I'm gonna put this link in the chat. And it says alcohol fermentation is the formation of alcohol from sugar. Yeast, when under anaerobic conditions, convert glucose to pyruvic acid via the glycolysis pathways. Then go one step further, converting pyruvic acid into ethanol, a C2 compound. And I'm gonna send the link in the comments for you all to see that. And it also goes on to say a process by which food or drink goes through a chemical change caused by enzymes produced from bacteria, microorganisms, or yeast. Fermentation alters the appearance and flavor of foods and beverages such as beer, buttermilk, cheese, vinegar, yogurt, liquor, and wine. In wine, for example, yeast enzymes convert grape juice, sugars into alcohol, while in rum, the enzymes convert sugar cane molasses into alcohol. With whiskeys, a mash is made from cereal grains such as corn, rye, or barley. Barley diatus enzymes convert the grain starches into sugar, which is subsequently converted by yeast to alcohol. And then it says fermentation process that allows respiration to occur in the absence of oxygen. Biologically, it allows cells to obtain energy from molecules, example, glucose. Anaerobically, glycolysis, the breakdown of glucose, is a form of fermentation. Alcoholic fermentation occurs when yeast cells convert carbohydrate sources to ethanol and carbon dioxide. Fermentation reactions are common to muscle cells, yeast, some bacteria, and plants. And total about, let me close that. It was the end of that presentation. But yes, and then I put the link in also, and I'm going to read the comments. So Twitter by everybody for listening and putting in your comments. But yes, so I also wanted to, because I know for us in our house also, we removed mayonnaise, ketchup, mustards, anything that has leavening or fermentation in it, or vinegar. Vinegar is a big thing, of course, right? And we know that, we know that ketchup, pickles, all those things, relishes have vinegar in it. Even mayonnaise has vinegar in it. So a lot of what we will be eating during Kakmatsu will be handmade, fresh made. Fresh vegetables will be cooked every day. We will cook corn. Well, we don't really do corn because we haven't found fresh organic corn. But if anybody does, hey, let us know. And then corn, corn is colorful. So we look for that. Even with carrots, we look for the different colors because we know that's the most natural state of it. Rice, we do cook rice, and we do cook beans, and we do cook certain pastas. It depends on what the pasta is made from. Because we eat chickpeas, then we use chickpea pasta, which we use all the time anyway. We don't really utilize any other pasta. I'm just going to go down the list of the comments. So Kingdom Burnell says, yes, corn, rice, and beans are a go. Absolutely. Sister Shemai says, yes, read the numbers. That's pertaining to when we were talking about the organic numbers, labels that are on our foods that we eat. Brother Asa says, regarding blood, it's hard to rid the meat of all the blood. Absolutely. It is. I don't think I won't say, well, I don't know anybody, and I haven't seen anybody who does it completely, but we do our best. And one of the ways to to rid the body, to rid the animal or the meat of the blood. Of course, is when once it's slaughtered, is to hang it for a period of time and let the blood drain. And then also what we normally do, after we do that process, then we soak the meat in salt and water to help pull the blood out, to help pull it out. So it's, different methods, but like you said, we never know if it's completely out. Yes, can't play with, I'm sorry. Sister Shemai says, yes, can't play with them. Speaking again about the organic labels. Sister Kaza says the number 6 organic label is made in a lab, I believe. And then the preservatives, yes, we're talking about preservatives and herbs and different foods. And then she said, we at the farmer's market? Absolutely. The farmer's market is the way to go. Celtic salt, absolutely. We do use Celtic salt, and we actually utilized that last year. That's all we had here was Celtic salt. So we'll be doing that again. Chicken Brothel also says, Sister Shamaya says, kiss my face. Wow, that used to be my mom's favorite. It really is a nice soap. And yes, Sister Denise says, love me some kiss my face. Yes, and the one thing though, when I went to look for some kiss my face at Whole Foods and I think Seven Under, they didn't have what I needed, so we didn't use kiss my face last year. But maybe somebody can find it. And then Sister Shemai says xylitol. Yep, that's also an ingredient. I believe just looking it up, what we need to stay away from. And then, I'm sorry, Sister Shemai says also, yes, facts, throw them toothbrushes away. Absolutely. Plus, I'm a big component of throwing my toothbrushes away after so many months anyway. Like, you should have a rotation of getting, a new toothbrush. If you have a mechanical one, then get a new toothbrush head, or just, toss that toothbrush, because after a while, it's not even doing the job that it's supposed to be doing. Sister Shemai says, and then fresh juice only, absolutely. Yeah, she says, don't get caught with your pants down, read all them labels. Absolutely. We must read all the labels. 1 second, I'm sorry. Yep, she says, make them corn chips at home. Absolutely. Well, we're going to do it. Let's do it, y'all. And she said, yep, love them homemade. Let's make it. Yep, and a week is nothing. A lot of people think they're going to just crumble for this whole week of eating natural, and it's really not. And Sister Shemai said, yeah, you might even lose some weight. Always. You're always going to lose some weight if you're doing it right, because you're eating unleavened bread, you're eating fresh vegetables. It's actually a cleanse-up. So you're definitely getting it done. Anybody else, sis, no problem. I definitely am here to give as much as I can and helping us to prepare for this holy Shabbat season. And so that's tricolor corn, absolutely. So that is the end of the presentation on Pesach. I'm sure Maish wants to chime in. So I'm going to relinquish my mic and allow him to come.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Did you cover sodium bicarbonate? Okay.
You can go ahead and do more.
Sodium bicarbonate is in a lot of things. My recommendation would be to make your own toothpaste.
Yeah, I talked about
Randy, Shabbat Shalom, bro. Make your own toothpaste. It'd be a good thing. Boil all water you have closed. Don't buy store-bought water or tap water from your zinc. Always take your water from your zinc. Always take your water from your zinc, boil it and add it to it. It's better for your body and your brain in your water to drink. May the Most High be praised, absolutely. And that's because a lot of the chemicals in the water today is bad for you. You know, if you're going to do anything, you should have a filter on your house to filter your water if you live in a city, and filter your water. And you have to have a good water filter, because all water filters are not good and they all don't work the same. You have to have a good water filter. But we're talking about Pesach, and Pesach is dealing with a different twist. Pesach is dealing with a twist that deals with a unleavened fermented fermented products that needs to be vacated during this particular time. And this particular time is the week of unleavened bread. Another thing about bread is that bread has a way of, most breads, I would say like 90% of breads, if not 99% of the breads, turns into sugar when you put it into your body. So it ferments within itself, within the body naturally. So you should stay away from that as well, bread. And what we normally do is we usually eat unleavened bread, and we usually make it ourselves. So it's a lot more to it, but I did put in the links some books. Maria Well, who actually helped to put together, along with myself, the first presentation that my wife brought up. But him and his Isha, Sister Davida, they actually put together some information. If you can copy this down and then type it on Amazon, they put a book, they put two books together. This is his book, Maria Well, on Passover and the things you should eat on Passover. So if you can, copy that down. And this is the book that him and his wife put together, The Art of Unfermented Cooking, paperback cookbook. I think her book is like $15 and his is like $24, but then you got to pay shipping and handling and it comes up to a different price. But they are both, I know they're both good books because I know the individual that put them together. And I know how his mind is towards serving the Creator and his desire to be righteous before the Most High. The research and the time and the studies that he put into things that he write, I know are on point. So there's no question in my mind about those things. All right. So may the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. And we pray that you guys take this seriously, because during Pesach, a lot of people don't want to take that time seriously and they eat what they want to eat. And that's not a good sign for you to show the Most High that you want to serve him in righteousness. That's not a good sign. If you really want to please the Creator, you got to do the best you can possibly do. And doing the best you can possibly do sometimes comes with sacrifice. And a lot of us don't want to make those sacrifices. But if you want to be right before the Most High, then sacrifice is greatly needed. Greatly needed in order to stand in a place of acceptance before this King. All right? So we're going to go to the commandments now, family. We're going to go to the commandments. If anybody have a commandment, please post your commandments. Are there any questions about anything that you heard thus far? If there's any questions, let us know. If there are any questions, let us know and we'll address the questions. If there are any questions, please post your questions in the comments and we'll address your questions. We're going to move on to the commandments for this portion of our day. First commandment we have is dealing with the book of Deuteronomy, Imasukari, Deuteronomy 28:1. Deuteronomy 28:1 reads, "And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Most High, your Elohim, to observe and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Most High will set thee on high above all the nations upon the earth." So to me, a lot of people say that the Most High has no, what is that saying that they have? He has no favoritism, basically. But here you see clearly that the Most High does. But there's a requirement that you have to do to receive that favoritism. And that requirement is that you have to listen diligently unto his voice. You have to obey and observe all that the Most High has commanded for you to do. And then he will show you favoritism above all the nations, above the earth, for you being a child of the Most High. And her explanation is, "And it shall come to pass, if you hearken diligently unto the voice and observe to do all the commandments which I command thee, that the Most High will set thee on high above all the nations of the earth." I understand the verses, the blessings are connected to acting as the Most High's holy people, reflecting the Most High character and walking in the way that is led. And that's very important. And a lot of that comes from learning to trust in the Most High, because if you don't have trust in the Most High, it's very difficult for you to do that. Walking in the way that the Most High leads is very difficult. And a lot of us have not achieved that level, but we can. We can get to a place of trust where we're able to be pleasing to the Most High. A lot of us is very difficult, but it can be achieved. And a lot of that comes through practice and repetition. Repetition over and over and over helps us to be strengthened in the ways of the Father. All right? Sister Laurel, Sister Kimya, we have Exodus, the 23rd chapter, verse 15. Exodus 23, verse 15. And it reads, "Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread." And I didn't bring a water with me. "Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I command thee, in the time appointed of the month of Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none should appear before me empty. These are one of the commandments that the Most High has for the children of Israel, that we should keep the feast of unleavened bread at an appointed time of the year. And that appointed time is the very first month in the beginning of the year, the month of Abib." All right, let's see what sis has for her explanation. Commands, none shall appear empty-handed. Everybody should bring something pertaining to the service of this feast. Everybody should bring something pertaining to this feast. Now, what we have, when our feast days come about, we don't charge the people a feast fee. You know, because a lot of communities, they put feast fees and they want you to pay $100, $200. We don't do that. We ask for a donation. Whatever you're able to pay and you have a conscious mind of giving it, that's what we accept. Whatever you're able to pay. If it's $25 that you're only able to pay, so be it. If it's $5,000 that you're able to pay, so be it. We don't put a label on it because we don't want to put any pressure on those who are not able to meet that demand. And thereby they say, well, we just ain't going to do it, or we just going to stay home. We don't think that you should charge for the service of the Most High. That's a required thing to do. We don't believe that you should charge for that. Therefore, we'll dig in our pockets and we'll make sure that there's enough for everybody. Long as you let us know you're coming and you can't afford it, we will cover that charge for you. But if you can afford it, if you do got some money, it was only right that you donate, because the Most High says, none shall come empty-handed. All right? So you should always stay on point and do your very best to please the Creator. Chapter 3, 21. Okay, Sis has, I assume she wants Exodus chapter 3, verse 21. I assume that's what she's asking for. Exodus chapter 3, verse 21. And let's see what Exodus chapter 3, verse 21 says. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when ye go out, ye shall not go empty. But every man, every woman shall borrow of her neighbor and of her that sojourn in her house jewels of silver, jewels of gold, and raiments. And ye shall put them on your sons and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Egyptians. Remind Israel the promise of the Most High. They will not leave Egypt empty-handed. Torah Rabbah, Most High. And that's absolutely true. We will not leave Egypt empty-handed. But we have to understand that those are the things that the Most High has for us in this day and time, in this dispensation of our captivity. Babe, you might want to go sit on the porch with him. All right? May the Most High be praised. A lot of people don't truly understand what the Feast of Unleavened Bread is all about. So just for clarification, let me explain this to you first. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, Pesach, are two different things. The Feast of Pesach is the eating of the bitter herbs, eating the lamb. Those combined on the night of the 14th at Eve is Pesach. Pesach is just a small smidgen of time. It's a very little identifying point of time. It's not all that long. It's not all that long, Pesach. It's a very short window, a very short period of time. Like the 14th at sunset is when it is. And what should be done on the 14th at sunset is that you should have your lamb slaughtered and ready to partake of that lamb at the evening when the sun goes down. You should be ready for that. You shouldn't be waiting when the sun goes down on the 14th and then start preparing for that night. You should have your bitter herbs and all that stuff already set up so that when the sun goes down, you're ready to partake of the Passover meal with the bitter herbs and the unleavened bread, matzah. And that's where a lot of people make their mistakes. A lot of people don't really understand when the Creator is requiring for us to do certain things. So therefore, I'm trying to explain it to you so that you will understand it a little bit better, a little bit easier, and it's a little bit clearer for you, for those of you who are doing it at your home. If you're doing it with us, then that's different. We got that for you. We already know that. and we're going to be actually doing the cooking and the preparing. So we already know what needs to be done. We're trying to share with you who may take it upon yourself to do it at home. Sister Higdalia, I'm looking for your commandment, but I don't see your commandment.
I started.
I don't see it.
You know what? I didn't.
Yeah, I don't see her commandment.
It's in there.
And I know she's the first one to put a commandment up.
Yeah, let me get it
So
for you.
please forgive me, sis, because I think I missed your commandment.
I'll go get it.
Maisha gonna look for it. And I'm gonna move forward. Are there anyone else with any commandments today? Because I don't see anyone else bringing forth any commandments.
You got Marie Castles?
No, I don't see his either.
Okay, I'm getting it.
All right. Total Rabbah. But Pesach is just a smidgen of time. It's a small portion of time. It doesn't last all that long. Okay? But Pesach and actually, so that a lot of people know, the Passover offering is actually the lamb. It has nothing to do with the bitter herbs. It has nothing to do with the leavened bread. So the Passover offering is the lamb. And the bitter herbs and the bread, you combine them two together, and you got the Feast of Unleavened Bread on that first night, on the night of Passover. You eat them both together. So the 14th at sunset and the 15th day, because the Feast of Unleavened Bread was required to be on the 15th day. So the 14th at sunset and the 15th day is combined together, because when the 14th day, when the sun go down, it begins the next day. So therefore, on the 15th day is actually the 14th day at sunset. And then you are doing the Feast of Unleavened Bread with the Passover included. When you partake of the lamb and the bitter herbs and the matzah, all that is commanded. And then for the rest of the week, for 7 days, for 6 more days, you are eating matzah every day. Every day you're supposed to eat some portion of matzah, which will be good for you or best for you to cook your matzah fresh every day so you can eat it for that whole 6 days. You have to eat it for a complete 7 days, but the first day is the Passover meal, and then 6 days after that, you should also eat matzah. Those 2 books I gave you and I put on the screen, written by Mr. Dr. Morey Yoel, would be good for you all to read, and his Isha, Sister Davida. Those things will be good for you to read. All right. So do we have a commandment?
I put it in the start area. Marie Castles is first, and then
Well, you got to pull it up according to what's is that Leviticus 19?
Yeah, I put it in the order. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's well, this is what you do. So you want to do it?
Yes, I will do it. 1 second.
All right, let's see. We got Leviticus 19, verse 14.
Okay.
And it reads, "Thou should not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind."
Wait, whose law are you doing?
I don't know, whichever one is first.
It says Leviticus 19 and 18.
Where do you see that at? That's not what I see. The one I see says 19 and 14.
For Marie Kessler?
This one right here.
Oh, that's what it needs, but I put her in.
All right, well, we'll do that first. It's up. 19 and 14. 3, 21, and 26.
No, I copied and pasted. She sent it in to our group chat, so I just copied and pasted it in.
All right, I'll tell you what.
You want me to read
I'm
it?
going to go off the screen.
Yeah.
Since you know, you handle your business.
Okay.
Toda.
Yeah.
All right. Shalom, shalom, everyone. I turned it on. Yeah. Is it on?
I don't see your mic moving.
Shalom, everyone. Shalom, everyone. I'm not sure. Can y'all hear me? If you can put a 1 in the chat, please.
Say something. Good.
All right. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We are going to read Akoti or Neat's law. It can be found in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 19, verse 14. And it reads, "Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy power. I am the Most High." And her explanation reads, "On the surface, this commandment forbids harming someone who is physically blind, but it goes much deeper. It teaches us to not take advantage of anyone who lacks knowledge, strength, or awareness in any area of life. If someone is blind to something, whether spiritually, emotionally, or mentally, we are not allowed to mislead them, trick them, or set them up to fall. This is about integrity when nobody is watching. Yah connects this command to fearing him because people might not see what you're doing, but he does. A righteous person does not exploit weakness. Instead, they protect, guide, and uplift. In a world full of manipulation and hidden agendas, this command calls us to walk clean, honest, and upright. No games, no traps, just truth." And she said, oh, she said, "I picked a good time to fast." All right, so that is her law found in the book of Leviticus, Wayikra, chapter 19, verse 14. And I'm gonna also go back and read Kimya, Zaquina Kimya's, because she said you left out a verse. So I'll go back and read hers momentarily. Now moving to Morekezu. I think he has two different laws, but they're both found in Leviticus chapter 19. One is verse 18, and the other he references verse 32. And it reads, "Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Most High." And then going to 32, it says, "Thou shalt not rise up before the hoary." Thou shalt rise, Salakli. "Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head." Okay, let me read that after I read his explanation for 19 and 18. It says, "My law for today is going to be Leviticus 19 and 18. Do not seek revenge or bear a grudge against anyone among your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Most High." And then he goes into, Salakli, Leviticus 19, verse 32. Wayikra 19, verse 32, which stands, "Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man and fear thy power. I am the Most High." And his explanation reads, "Stand up in the presence of the aged, show respect for the elderly, and revere your high Elohim. I am the Most High." He says, "I see it as the elders have stood up for us in our existence for decades. So we as servants are to do in kind. Stand up for them and allow them to rest their souls. We owe it to them. We owe it to them." Now we will read the law from Malka Higdalia, Numbers by Midbar, chapter 30, verses 3 through 9. And it reads, "If a woman also vow unto the Most High and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow, and her bond wherewith she hath bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he heareth not any of her vows or of her bonds wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand, and the Most High shall forgive her because her father disallowed her." Verse 6, "And if she had at all an husband when she vowed or uttered out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, and her husband heard it and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul of none effect. And the Most High shall forgive her. Verse 9, but every vow of a widow and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their soul, shall stand against her. And Melchizedek's explanation is, as a woman, your relationship status determines the protocol for your vows. A woman's cover shifts from her father to her husband, which gives him the authority to disallow the vow. And I'm gonna go back to
No, I want to talk about that.
Okay,
Well, unless you want to do anything, get out the way, because I might want to talk about.
no, go ahead, please. Go
Talk
ahead.
about this one first. All right. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. Put that post back up, please. That commandment says put up.
32. Okay,
Was it 32? It's 30.
I mean 30.
Yeah.
Selected.
If a woman also vows a vow unto the Most High, and bind herself by a bond in her father's house in her youth, you know, that is a powerful, powerful commandment.
Can you go to the next?
Say it again?
Did you want me to continue?
No, you hold on. Get ready with the other ones.
Okay.
That's a powerful commandment that so many people try not to give it its full attention. For in this commandment, the Most High is actually showing us, the children of Israel, the authority and the role that a man plays in his household. Let me say it to you again. It shows us the authority and the role that a man plays in his household. Now, we have a lot of Israelite sisters who claim to be about this way of life until the man's authority become a challenge for them in their lives. But you got to remember, the Most High established that man, and I'm going to say this carefully so you understand. The Most High established your husband to be like the Creator, or like, in better terms of words for the feeble mind, He's established a man to be like a God in his household. And we're going to cover that today. So, in the Most High established a man to be like a God in his household, his word is supposed to reign supreme over everything that you decide in your mind to want to do for the family, in the household, with the family. If your husband says no, and you say, well, hubby, I really wanted to do this, and you give him your reasons why, and he still doesn't agree, then the answer is no. And you don't move forward. You don't catch an attitude. You don't get mad. You don't become disgruntled. You don't start an argument. You don't shut down your personality and your characters and be less of a wife, because you can't do that to the Most High. Therefore, you shouldn't do it to your husband. A lot of people don't understand the authority that the Most High has given to a husband. A lot of men, a lot of males don't understand the authority that the Most High has given to a husband. Sisters, here's a secret. If you don't obey your man, you're actually disrespecting the Most High. That's why you got to be careful of the man that you marry. If you don't obey your man, you're actually disrespecting the Creator. This is the type of authority that the Creator has given to the man. Now, let me show you something else. Numbers, the 30th chapter, also speaks, when it first comes in, I believe it's talking about a man keeping his vow and how he's supposed to keep it and pay it. But it also talks about a woman who lives in her father's house, a female who lives in her father's house, and how she had to obey her father. There are so many young ladies today that do not obey their fathers. Now, you have to obey your father until you become married. And then when you become married, you don't have to do what your father says no more. You're supposed to do what your husband says. These are the laws of the Most High. And any woman that talk about she worshiped the Most High, she serves the Most High, you must be obedient to your husband. You must be. As you would be obedient to the Creator. That's the Creator's establishment, not mine. So now, Israel, we wouldn't be having so many issues today in our households if we were obedient as the Creator has ordained for it to be. We wouldn't be having so much delusion, so much chaos, so much turmoil, so many problems in our households if we were really following the Creator as He commands for us to follow Him. And for the man, when you make a vow before the Most High, you have to keep it. That's why you got to be careful about making vows. Because so many males have vowed to provide for this woman, take care of this woman, teach this woman, uplift this woman, and has failed on every one of them. And then turn around and complain it on the woman why he didn't fulfill his vow. That's a violation. Who holds the man accountable? The Creator. Sister, it's not your job to correct him. It's your job. You can mention it to him once. If he doesn't change his behavior, then sisters, you take it to the Father and let the Father deal with that man. But you can't punish your man, sis. You can't, well, I ain't cooking, I ain't cleaning, I ain't giving him sex. You can't do that. Walk around with attitudes because your man said something that you didn't like. You can't do that. You have no authority over your man. You don't. And if you think you do, you're delusional and you're violating the laws of the Creator. That's why you got to be careful the man you marry, because you give him absolute authority over your life. And whatever he says is law, and you have to obey it. But we're dealing with Americanized women today who only claim to worship the Most High. Therefore, they argue with their man. They fight with, some of them fight with their fists. Some of them go knuckle with their man. And he's still there. He got issues, but he's still there. These are the laws of the Most High. And you may disagree with them, but you can't dispute them. And they will be verified today. This is why so many people today, marriages are destroyed, because the woman want to rise up and be equal to or above her man. Never ever in the scriptures will you see where the Most High made a woman equal to a man. You will never see it. And if you ever find it, send me that chapter and verse. It's not there. But today, they in your mind manipulating you, thinking, causing you to think that that's what it's supposed to be. And that's why you ain't got a husband. And because you want to argue, you want to fight, you want to be equal to him, you want to think you might got a whole lot of boyfriends, but all that do is give you a higher body count. That's not righteousness. Or you may have a male in your life because he lets you run over him and rule over him. That's not a man. There's a difference between a man and a male. Oh, I totally agree with that right there, sis. She says it's important to get married through leadership and take issues to them as well. It's better to be removed from the situation than violate the Most High. You know what's better, sis? It's better to do what the Most High said for you to do. That's what's better. And I'm not questioning you and your decisions. I'm only letting us know. That's what's better. And sometimes to do what the Most High says for us to do, we have to separate ourselves from what we think is right and do what we know is right. That way we're safe. But a lot of us can't do that. We want to argue with our man. We want to fight with our man. Oh, well, we just ain't getting along. We just going to have to separate. That's not how it goes. What you should do is just humble yourself and say, you know what? All right, I'm going to do what you said. Let's see how it plays out. And do it with the right intentions. Do it with the right motivation. And see how it goes. We can't live like with the Western mindset and we call ourselves by Eastern thought. An Eastern thought has nothing to do with the Western mindset, but yet that's what so many of us do. All right? So let's get this straight. And Shabbat Shalom to you, my brother Asa. I don't think we greeted each other today, so I'll say Shabbat Shalom to you if you're still here. May the Most High be with you. I miss you, bro. How's that baby doing? All right. So I just wanted to highlight that commandment, how the men has a high regard. Once they give a command, make a vow, they have to uphold that vow, and the Most High will deal with them if they don't. And how holding up his vow, when he vowed to provide, to cherish, to take care of this woman, then it's his responsibility, and that a lot of them fail to do. And in my opinion, if you fail to do those jobs, she has every right to take you before leadership and have you an inquisition brought about in the way that you provide and take care of your family. She has every right to do so. And that's just my opinion. Because you swore before the Most High that you would do these things, and you have not. Or you fail. Okay? And for the sisters, you swore before the Most High that you would obey. I seen this one YouTube or Facebook thing where this woman was marrying this man, and the man said, and the preacher said, when he got to the part about obey, she repeated everything till she got to the part about obey. And she said, oh, no, I'm not obeying him. That marriage would have been over right then. I would have turned around and walked away and left, never spoke to her again, and went and looking for another wife. Americanized women today are being destroyed. And so many women are single today because of the way they think, because of how they see things. And a lot of this has everything to do with righteous women, claim to be righteous women. Everybody claims to be righteous until what's required of you goes against what you want for yourself or your own pleasures. Then you find out who the real righteous ones are. May the Most High be praised. Let's go to the next one, Emma. You got the mic.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I'm going to redo Zaquin and Kenya's law, and it can be found in the book of Deuteronomy. She actually has two parts. Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 16, verses 16 through 17, and it reads, 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Most High, thy power, in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacle. And they shall not appear before the Most High empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Most High, thy power, which he hath given thee. And she goes on to say, in proportion to one's increases, this law commands bringing a gift in gratitude according to the one's means during 3 annual festivals. And then she goes into Shemot, Exodus chapter 23, verse 15. And I believe all these are supporting the command of not going empty handed. And Shemot chapter 23, verse 15 says, Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month of Abib. For in thou camest out from Mitzrayim, and none shall appear before me empty. And then she also goes, it just says chapter 3 and 21 and 22. So I'm going to see if that's in Exodus, Shemot 21 and 22. And she says, reminds Israelites to the promise of the Most High. Oh, I'm sorry. No. None shall appear empty handed. That's her explanation for what I just read. And then chapter 3, 21.
Did you post it? I don't see it.
Oh, no, I'm just reading. Sorry. 21. Yeah, she said you forgot part of her. Yeah. So in Exodus, Shemot chapter 3, verse 21 through 22, it reads, And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty, but every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourneth in her house, jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And ye shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, ye shall spoil the Egyptians. And her you didn't read the first one. I was just reading it in full. And then she says, reminds Israelites the promise of the Most High. They would not leave Mitzrayim, Egypt, empty-handed. Todah, Most High.
And Most High be praised.
And then, okay, Autumn has one, so I'm gonna read hers since I have it ready. My sister's wife, Autumn's law can be found in Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19. We are in a chapter this week. We are in this love chapter, as my husband likes to say. And we are going in verse 33. It says, If a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, ye shall not vex him. And her explanation reads, This is the commandment that tells us to treat strangers that dwell amongst us, meaning to me, strangers that choose this life, not born into it. We are to treat them with the same standards, strictness, and family welcome as we do with the one born amongst us. We are the light amongst the nations. And you said Brother Asa has one? Okay. I see it. And Brother Asa's law can be found in the book of Genesis, Better Sheet. In chapter 3, verse 16. And it reads, Unto the woman, he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And his explanation is, he didn't put an explanation, so it's just the law that's there. Let me see if there's an explanation. All right, I don't see explanation from Brother Asa.
Yeah.
All right. Malkek Dahlia says, time number 1 coming up. It's a blessing to know his appointed times. Absolutely. And she says, I like numbers more since it's not a curse, but just the law of the Most High. Hallelujah. Yeah, the first time of male appearing is coming up. So, and that's for Kagmatso. And she says, we are trying to be relieved of curses, right? Yes. You said what?
I want to see if this is going to reach my computer.
I don't think so. So like you guys were coming. Oh, you don't have a, I'll just move that over some this way. Move the podium over. All right, well, we don't have any more laws. So I will play some music. You don't want no music? Okay.
You see if you can get me a thinking. All right. So y'all couldn't even hear nothing I was saying all that time. I said I prefer to stand up and teach. But my computer is going dead and I don't have my charger. Do you got keys to my truck? Pop the tailgate down and see if my extension cord is in the back of the truck, please. If I put it inside the basket, don't worry about it. But if you can see it in the truck, send the baby up there to get it for me. All right. I want to stand up and I want to teach because I'm able to teach better and give more example and speak clearer when I'm standing. If she doesn't find an extension cord, I'm going to send her to the house to go get one. We got a good lesson today, y'all. We got a good lesson today. It's going to be a great lesson. And when was man, Adam, created? We're going to start our lessons in the book of Ezekiel. And then we're going to go from Ezekiel to the book of Genesis. And we're going to talk about the book of Genesis. So we're going to cover some things that I'm sure you never heard before. And some of you who you will have heard it before, but it's going to be with a different twist that you've never understood or never heard. But what I do ask is that everybody get your notepads, your recording devices, your note pens, your pencils, and your recording devices and record or take notes and then go research to see if what we're teaching and what we're sharing with the family is true and accurate. Now, in this process, it'll also help you to retain a lot of the things that are being taught today. This is going to be a phenomenal lesson. So before we move forward, we got 2,100 people in the room and we got 1,300 likes. Do you have one in the house you can go get? All right, can you go get one, please? We got 2,100 people in the house and 13 likes. So we got to do something about that, y'all. Let's see if we can get our likes up. We got 3 shares. Let's see if we can get our likes up. Let's see if we can get our shares up. So we can get this thing moving, family. So we can get this thing moving. Let's get our likes up. Let's get our shares up. Please, just take the time to go out and like the page. Subscribe to the page if you're new, if this is your first time, and you're hearing things that you think can help you draw closer to the Creator. and subscribe, like, and if you see others that can use this information, then share the page as well. Okay? Share it as well. So I have enough battery juice that I can get started with the class as it is until she returns. So I'm going to make my transition now to that portion. Let me get right. All right. Let me separate these things from the devices that don't need my immediate attention. And let's rock and roll. Let's get this party started right. All right. Giving all honor and praise unto the Most High King of all creation, asking that he will guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. For truly he is worthy of all praise. We're going to start our readings in the book of Ezekiel. We're going to start our readings in the book of Ezekiel. 1 second, please. We're going to start our readings today in the book of Ezekiel. Why does it feel like something ain't right with my stand? There you go. All right, family. Can you turn that light off? Let me just see if it's better with the light off or the light on, please. Just want to see what's going to be best for the people to view so that they can see it. The first switch. Okay, leave it off. It's better. In my opinion, it's better this way. You guys let me know what you think. Say she going to read for me? All right, Sister Anita. That's my girl, boy. Sister Anita is with it. She said, Prince, whatever you need me to do, I'm there. That's my girl. That's what I'm talking about. That's how it's supposed to be. Willing and able to participate and to help. But let me tell y'all something. We gonna do some dancing today, y'all. I'm telling you, it's gonna be phenomenal what we ready to get into. Yeah, that makes it darker. It's gonna be phenomenal. One for the record books. So any of you who think you know, let's see how much you really know. Let's travel. Go ahead, little brother. I'm listening. We gonna do this. All right, Toda Rabbah. So let's go. We're gonna start our readings in the book of Ezekiel. Let me put up so we can get the scriptures on the screen as we travel. Sister Anit, let me add you to the stage. And let me make this thing happen. All right. All right. Sister Anit, give me a mic check, please. Make sure you with me, sis. Say Shabbat Shalom or something to the family.
Shabbat shalom.
All right. We got you, sis. We got you. So let's rock and roll, everyone. Let's rock and roll and let's make this thing happen. We're going to do this today. We're going to do it. So let me make this clear for anyone. If you have any questions, please post your questions. No question is too big. No question is too small. Any question that you may have, now is the time you can post your questions.
is if it's anywhere during the lesson that you need to have something explained, Prince is moving too fast, stop him. Post in the room, well, Prince, can you explain that? You're moving too fast. Slow down. I don't quite understand. Say this again. Please explain that. It doesn't matter. You stop it, and we're gonna get moving, and we're gonna address whatever your concerns are. All right. It's more important that you understand than that we get through this whole entire lesson, because it's about the people. It's about supplying the needs and feeding the needs of the people. All right. So let's rock. Everything looks good on y'all end. Did I hear from Chief today, Mr. Otter? I don't think we heard from Mr. Otter today. Well, may the Most High be with Mr. Otter today. I pray that everything is well with him and the family. That's not like Mr. Otter. He did call me through the week, or he texted me through the week, left a message for me, but I haven't heard back from him since. So let's rock, family. Let's go. We're going to start our readings today in Ezekiel, the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, verse 19. And if we get through everything, we're going to get through 26, 27, and possibly 28. All depends on what all this allows us to do. And then we're going to go from there. We're going to go to the book of Genesis, chapter 1, chapter 2. And we're going to talk about some things to answer these questions. When was man created? Because there's a lot of things about man that you have no idea about. There's a lot of things about man that the Western people, the pale people or red people or other looking people, other colored people, gave us and impressioned upon us. And we ran with it as if what they were teaching us was actual and factual, when in fact it's not. We allow these people to teach us what our Creator was saying to us by way of the scriptures, and it's not good. Let me do one more thing before we get started with this. A lot of people teach that Islam was created by the Europeans. Christianity was created by the Europeans. And a lot of Hebrew Israelites was altered, the teachings was altered by the Europeans. And I would be one to say that all those things are true from the history research that I've done. Let me explain to you. I believe it was around 300 something BC. The Septuagint, the Latin version, and the Pentateuch, the Greek version. These books was written, and how they were written. And these are different names of the Bibles, Pentateuch and Septuagint. Septuagint, I believe, is 70. Okay. These books was written, and how these books was written was they got Israelite Levitical priesthood who had the actual scrolls, 70 of them, held them at spear point, and made each one in a different room translate the Tanakh. When they made them translate the Tanakh, it was in ancient Hebrew. And only we could read it. Our Levites, the Levitical priesthood, could read it. They translated it to them because they spoke the same languages. And then they took what our forefathers gave them, did what they wanted to do to it. And this is the book that we have today. The Tanakh, almost in any version except its original form. A bastardized, watered down, but it's enough in there for you to get out what you need to receive the salvation and have that relationship with the Almighty. They made some modifications to our writings. Do not ever think that you got a pure version of the Hebrew scriptures, because you don't. But there's enough. The Creator made sure that it was enough left there for us to still get enough to return to Him and do all the things that was needed and necessary to please Him. But they made additions, they changed some things. Then they took from that and they translated it into other languages so that you can read it. And when they translated it into other languages, they strategically put things in certain places to make you grow an ideal to think that this other book that they wanted you to read, the New Testament, was actual and factual. Like, for example, they went to the book of Isaiah. This is just a small example. They went to the book of Isaiah and they said that a young woman, the prophecy, Isaiah 7:14, I believe it is, that a young woman shall conceive a child or bear a child. And the way that they translated was the young virgin would bear a child, and you should call his name Emmanuel. The young virgin having a baby was a form of an immaculate conception. So they tried to feed you the ideal that a virgin was going to have a child without the inceptions of a man and produce a child, and that child would be born of a virgin birth. Then they gave you this elaborate story in the New Testament about JC, born of a virgin birth, if you're not reading it carefully. And then what we assumed is that was a prophecy talking about JC being birthed, being of a virgin birth, when in fact it's not true. And you would never know because you're relying on a translation of a book and not the actual Hebrew writings of the book. And most of us can't read Hebrew. And even those who are able to read what we consider to be Hebrew today is only reading a version of Hebrew and not the actual ancient Hebrew, the ancient language of our forefathers. What we're reading today is a more modern Hebrew. It's ancient, it's old, but it's a more modern version. And what that is when our forefathers went into Babylon, into captivity, we went into the Babylonian captivity. We came back with another form of Hebrew. It was called the block script. We learned that in Babylon, which is a Canaanite version. And we began to write our writings and things with that script. There's a cursive script. Then when you see letters like this, that's a B in the ancient, not ancient, but in the Babylonian, what we got from the Babylonian, that's a B, that's a A, that's an Aleph. But the Aleph is very similar to the ancient Aleph and the Babylonian Aleph that we got from the Babylon. We also changed the days of the months of the years. We changed all those things after we came out of the Babylonian captivity that lasted for 71 years. So, yeah, it's a lot. We can have that discussion later on if you like, bro. My brother right here. We can, Yahuda. We can have those discussions later if you like. But let me get through the gist of what I'm saying. And just for the record, bro, I was just talking about, I'm not even casting doubt or judgment on the virgin birth. What I'm stating is how when they said that this was a prophecy of that virgin birth, it wasn't a prophecy of that virgin birth at all. It's just the translators who tried to make it translated in a way that would support a virgin birth. That's what I'm speaking of. And the way that they did it, they took the word Betula and made it the word Alma. And it wasn't Alma at all. Alma means young woman. It wasn't, Alma means young woman. And they tried to make it as if it said Betula, which means virgin. And that's not cool. All right. They did that intentionally. But let me get back to the place where I was. After the Babylonian captivity, we changed a lot of things that we originally knew and originally did. We changed the days of the weeks and we changed the months. We gave the days of the week some English, some Babylonian names, and we gave the months Babylonian months, names of months. We also changed the script and the form of the script from the ancient Hebrew to a script or a block form of Hebrew. If you look in the Torah today, the Tanakh, the version of the Hebrew Bible that you have today, and you see those, that's a typewriter script. Now, there is a way to write that script freehand. Now, it exists. We got that out of Babylon. But there's another ancient way that we did it, which was pretty much like an Aramaic script. Aramaic and Hebrew are sister languages. Well, I actually can't even say sisters because Aramaic predates Hebrew, which a lot of people will argue with me about, but that's okay. Do your homework and research and look it up. What? Okay. You're walking. All right. But Aramaic predates Hebrew. So let's get back to the point. Now, I made a claim and an accusation when I started about Christianity and Islam being created by the Europeans. The Europeans created the New Testament. They took a whole lot of the teachings from the original Tanakh that they had, and when they translated it, they interject what they wanted to translate in there to support the Christian doctrine. Now, I'm not making this up. There are authors and books and writers that you can research that the New Testament was fabricated, was created by the Europeans. They admitted to these things. And I don't have to look it up. You can look up in Encyclopedia Britannica. It will explain these things. And what they did was the New Testament was written in Greek. But our people spoke Aramaic at that time. And the really holy of our people spoke Hebrew at that time. So why wasn't it written in Aramaic or Hebrew? It was written in Greek. It was written in Greek because the Europeans added a twist to it and wrote it in the language that they understood. There's often times where you can find a lot of documents that's been left on record of our forefathers, but all those documents you find are always written in Aramaic or ancient Hebrew, because these was the languages of the holy men in our days. Our holy men didn't write in Greek, but the New Testament was written in Greek. If you find a New Testament scripture today written in Hebrew, it's because somebody translated it from Greek to Hebrew and made money off of it and sold it to you. Okay? Now, this information you can find in Encyclopedia Britannica. Everything that I'm reading, that I'm saying to you right now, Encyclopedia Britannica, do a search in Encyclopedia Britannica, and it will explain to you how the Europeans, for a long time after they translated in 300 BC, the original Hebrew at Knife Spear with 70 of our Levitical priesthood, they translated, came up with the Septuagint and the Pentateuch. They came up, the Greek and the Latin version of it. They came up with that, and it was our history, our scriptures was forbidden for us to possess for almost 500 years afterwards. No, 700 years afterwards, because around 500 BC AD is when they released these things to the mass public. But they held these things in their scrutiny for a very long time while they studied and did what they did with it and altered it and changed it, just like they do with any other history book that another nation writes. They'll get that history book, they'll contaminate it and flip it out to the public like they want, and then teach what they want to teach out of it. And that's why so many of us believe that Christopher Columbus discovered America. How are you going to discover a place that people are already there when you get there? Impossible. But they'll make you think that we got here on slave ships, Christopher Columbus discovered America, and then they put slaves over here, which was us, and then they let us go free, and we got what we got today. That's what they'll teach you until you do your research and find it. So through the research that I've done, I've come to learn that they invented Christianity. They invented the New Testament. And what they did with the New Testament is unbelievable. Beyond the New Testament, they also invented Islam. They took Islam and all of its teachings and gave it to the Islamic countries to try to control them. But the Europeans had all these things under their control so that they can manipulate and make it what it is today. Now, if you don't believe what I'm saying, which a lot of you probably won't, a lot of you probably practice Islam or study Islam, but I need you to do your research. This is why most of those Islamic countries are ran by the Europeans. Well, what do you mean, Prince? Well, a lot of those people who practice Islam, the original followers of Islam, they have been cut down, removed, and a puppet has been put in place by the Europeans to run those countries. The whole religion of Islam was created by these people who we call our oppressors, and they put it out there. And now the black man, the true Hebrew Israelite man, is outdoing the Islamic people in their religion. Our people are in these religions and in Christianity outdoing the Christians, the Europeans, in their religion. And this is a fact. We outdo them. My elder who taught me many years ago, Elder Ishkael, may the Most High bless his memory, he had this saying right here that I just recited to you in this portion here. He said, a black man will follow a paper bag down the street, and he'll run after that paper bag for miles because what he thinks is there. Not that he knows what's in the bag, just an empty bag, balled up, rolling down the street with the wind blowing it. A black man will run after it and chase it and find it and get it just to see that it's an empty bag. And that's what we do with religion. Religions are man-made vehicles to control the masses of the people. Spirituality is not man-made. Spirituality is a gift from the Creator. That's what we practice, spirituality. We don't practice religion. There's a difference. What we do is not man-made, but what we do has been man-altered, but it's not man-made. We have to know the difference. When you say you worship the Creator, then it's Him and Him alone that you shall serve. Any religion that you have that says we did this and we did that, as the Quran says, let you know that it's not from the Most High. If you read the Quran, in a lot of the places in the Quran where they should have been given information about what the Creator did, it says we. Well, the Creator has no partners. In that same book, they tell you that the Most High has no partners. So who's the we? There is no we when you're dealing with the Most High. Never. Shabbat Shalom, Tahor Kadesh. You have to remember that. But in Islam, there is a we, but yet they'll tell you that their deity, Allah, is one. Now, I won't discredit everything about Islam. I won't discredit everything about Christianity, because in both of those books, it teaches you the purity of life, a form of purity of life. As in Islam, they teach you to separate yourself from the pork, the pig, the swine, and a few other things, but then they forgot camel, they forgot sea fish, shellfish, and a lot of other things that they forgot to tell you about that's detrimental to your health. Actually, I think shellfish is prohibited in the Quran, but camel is a delicacy to the Muslim nation. In the Torah, camels are forbidden. I could talk to you a whole lot extensively about all these things, but I don't want to tell you everything. Some things you got to look up for yourself. Some things you got to look up for yourself. Plus, I got a whole lesson to teach. And my sister is waiting patiently. But I had to give you all these rundowns and these history things so that you'll understand some things. And another thing is that in the Quran, Muhammad says, in the Quran, it speaks about Gabriel giving messages to Muhammad. They teach that it's the angel Gabriel. And you'll appreciate it as well. They teach that the angel Gabriel brought information to the Muslims. But if you look in the Quran, it never calls Gabriel an angel. You know why it doesn't call Gabriel an angel? Because Gabriel means man of the Most High. He's a man. He's a man. It was a man of the Most High who gave Muhammad his information according to those writings that was fabricated by the Europeans. But there's a lot of good information there. There's a lot of good information there. Do you know that a Muslim is actually supposed to keep the Shabbat day on Saturday? There's a verse in the Quran that says, if a man wants to be pious, if a man wants to be righteous, keep the Sabbath day. And what Muslim do you know today that keeps the Shabbat? None. It speaks about how the people of the book was given the oracles of the Most High, and you have to reverence those things. You have to reverence those books. But then it also teaches you that Isa was a prophet of the Most High, and you have to reverence Isa, and they do reverence Isa, who is Yeshua, who is Jesus, Isa. So it's a whole lot to it, family. I'm saying all this because I don't want you to be bewildered or beguiled by these tricks that's out here to deceive you. Religions are man-made. We not dealing with religion. We dealing with spirituality. Spirituality, no man has put his stamp on spirituality to invent it or create it. What man has done in spirituality is try to influence it or alter it or leave it on record for others to follow. So today, I'm going to give you a whole lot of spirituality that you're not familiar with, and I'm going to use the Tanakh to teach it. Okay? He says, the Europeans is not the author of Christianity or Islam, so stop it. As I stated when I started my lesson, go get your verification and proof and bring it back. Other than that, your opinion is not really necessary because that's going to be your opinion. Back it up with some proof. And then I'll back it up with that's my brother. We can always have those conversations, but it will be good for the people to hear it as well. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. All right, my sister, are you present?
Can.
All right, we're going to start our readings in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, verse 19.
Reading from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, verse 19. For thus says the Creator, when I shall make thee a desolate city, like the cities that are not inhabited, when I shall bring up the deep upon thee, and great waters shall cover thee, when I shall bring thee down with them that descend into a pit, with the people of old, and shall set thee in the low parts of the earth, in places desolate of old, with them that go down to the pit, that thou shalt not inhabit it, that thou be not inhabited, and I shall set glory in the land of the living. I will make thee a terror, and thou shalt be no more. Though thou be sought for, yet shalt thou never be found again, says the Most High.
Now, he was talking about the Philistines. He was talking about what he would do to the Philistines. Who are the Philistines today? Where are the Philistines today? There will be a lot of history research to try to find out and say the Philistines are here, the Philistines are there. But you have to remember that a lot of people were conquered and inhabited, and the Philistines intermingled with a lot of people, thereby washing them out. But you will get a lot of people who will claim that they are. No, they're not. They're not. But you won't know because these people have been tied into this place for so long, you would actually think that they were the original people. Like, for example, Egypt. The inhabitants of Egypt, the descendants of current day Egypt, has been living in Egypt for so long, you would think that they were the original inhabitants of Egypt, but they're not. They're what we call an Arab people, a mixture people. Arab means mixture. They are what we call a Arab people or a mixture people. That's why the word Arabs, if you look at the word Arab means a mixed house or mixed people. Esau, Edom, many, many years ago in the biblical days, Edom mixed with the sons and daughters of Ishmael. Esau, Edom, mixed with the sons and daughters of Ishmael, and they became one family, one house. They are a mixture, mixed people, Arab people. All right? The original Egyptians look like you and me. They were people of dark skin. The original Egyptians look like you and I, people of dark skin. Oh, no. It just says the same thing about to do to Ghana gives it another 50 years. Wow, that's deep. I thought you was mentioning China because the original inhabitants of China was people of color. The original people, let me tell you, because we're going to read that today too. Well, we might read it today. I think I still have it on the page. Excuse me. We're going to read about a place called Tyre. And the original place of Tyre was where people was living and came out of, and then they went off to other places. They were all black people, and they created other places in the earth that are still standing today, like Europe. Do anybody know the original person who they named Europe after? It was a woman. It was a female. Do anybody know what her name was? And she was a black woman who came out of Tyre that we're about to read about. Does anybody know who that black woman, what her name was, that they named the European continent, European country named Europe, who they named it after? Well, if you don't know, her name was Europa. Europa, Europa. She was a deity for many, but she was an actual woman who lived, and she came from Tyre. She was a Phoenician woman, a Philistine woman, a Phoenician woman who came from Tyre. We're going to get into a lot of things today. All right? Let's read on. 27.
Reading the book of Ezekiel, chapter 27, verse 1. The word of the Most High came again unto me, saying, Now thou son of man, take up a lamentation for Tyre.
Now, a lamentation means a suffering, a crying, a spoil in your soul, hurt for them. Why is the Most High telling him to hurt or cry or suffer for Tyre? Tyre are not Hebrews. They're not Israelites. Matter of fact, Tyre stood on the side and laughed at us, made fun of us as the Most High was taking us through a lot of the troubles that we were going through. Read on, please.
Verse 3. And say unto Tyre, O thou that art situated at the entrance of the sea, that art a merchant of the people for many coastlands. Thus says the Creator, O Tyre, thou hast said, I am a perfect beauty. Thy borders are in the midst of the sea. Thy builders have perfected thy beauty. They have made all thy planks of fir trees of cedar. They have taken cedars from Lebanon to make masts for thee. Of the oak of Bashan have they made thine oars. The company of Asherites have made thy benches of ivory, brought out of the coast of Kittim. Fine linen with embroidered work from Egypt was that which thou spreadest forth to be thy sail. Blue and purple from the coast of Elisha was that which covered thee.
Stop there for a minute, please. Now let's back this up. What's happening is the Most High is saying that these people became haughty. Why? Because they was getting it. They had wealth coming from all over the places. Back in those days, in the ancient days, for you to have scarlet and blue and purple. Purple was a color that you got from the Mariatic Cray shellfish before they started getting it from flax plants. And when they got it from the shellfish, you had to have a certain skill to be able to go down into the ocean and get that shellfish to bring it up and create that dye from the shellfish. It was a whole tedious process. Therefore, it was expensive. Therefore, because it was expensive, only wealthy people had it. Well, they had it in abundance in Tyre because they were sea merchant men. They were traders. They was Philistines, Canaanite people who traded vessels and all types of things all around the world. They came back with a lot of the stuff that they got as merchantmen, sea merchantmen, brought it back and utilized it. Now, the name Tyre means rock. They believe it means rock because Tyre was set on a high rock and it extended into the ocean. It was a high rock, but all of its shores, they built ships and they searched the throughout all up and down the Mediterranean. They went all over the place in their ships. China, Italy, Spain, Greece, that's what they call it now, but they wasn't calling it that back then. So they went to all these places. Carthaginians, Carthage, you ever heard of Carthage? A lot of us have, over in North Africa, I believe it is. I believe it's ancient Egypt. This brother got me talking about ancient Egypt. It's above Egypt, I believe it is, Carthage, or Morocco. A lot of us call it Morocco today. It's Carthage, Carthaginians. That's where it was from. Carthaginians are supposedly, reportedly, out of Tyre as well. But I know that they did a lot of trading with the Carthaginians back and forth. All right. So they was pretty much sitting on the epitome of wealth. Just like a lot of us come into position where we get a little bit of cash, we get a nice paying job, and we forget our people. We forget our responsibilities to each other. Tyre was one of those arrogant people. The nation had become arrogant in so many ways. And when they saw Israel being beat up and beat down and destroyed by the Most High, the Tyrians actually began to laugh and curse us and say evil and wicked and negative things about us like we deserved it. Well, we didn't. Well, we brought it upon ourselves, so in one way we deserved it. But you're not supposed to gloat over the destruction of another people. When your enemies began to fail, your neighbor next to you can't feed his people, and you two have been at odds and at war for so long, and then you see suffering going on in his life, you're not supposed to laugh at that. What you're supposed to do as a servant of the Most High is try to extend your hand to him. That's why the Creator, in one of the laws that we read today, it says something about you're supposed to, if your enemy's ox fall in the ditch, you're supposed to try to help it out of the ditch. Either y'all was helped, either we read it today or I read it earlier today. But if your enemy's ox fall in the ditch, you're supposed to try to help him get it out of the ditch. You know, you're supposed to try to do what you can. If you find your enemy's ox and he's gotten away, you're supposed to try to retrieve him and bring him back to your enemy. You don't like him. Y'all don't get along, but you're not supposed to wish harm upon those that you despise or you don't like or you don't get along with. Today, we do that. We'll see our enemy suffering and we're happy because the Creator's brought calamity upon our enemies. And we be like, he ain't got nothing. She ain't got nothing. He ain't doing this and he ain't doing that. He ain't no good. See the Most High getting them. Ha, 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 ha. You're not supposed to do that as a righteous individual. First, you're not supposed to hold hatred in your heart for anyone. Anyone. But a lot of us do. And a lot of us get to that place where we got a little bit of something and we look down on everybody else who don't have. That's not how the Most High has for us to live. We're supposed to actually, like the king, like the Tyre was our enemy. But the Most High told Prophet Ezekiel to lament for his enemy. Cry for your enemy. Ask the Most High to have mercy and compassion on your enemy. That's what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to let anybody despitefully misuse us. But at the same time, we're not supposed to walk around with this feeling inside of us of hatred for anyone or anything. That's why a couple of weeks ago, when the sister asked me a question about how she felt about somebody that did something wicked to her, my answer was, you have to forgive him. I didn't suggest that she forgives him. I commanded that she forgive him because we're commanded to forgive those who are wicked to us. Forgive them. Because if you hold that hatred in your heart, it begins to destroy you. It will prevent you from elevating spiritually with your kinetic energy like you're supposed to, because you have a device inside of you that's holding it down. Let that hatred go. Never forget, but let that hatred go out of your heart where you could be kind to your enemies. Where you can have a conversation. You could be standing in a room with your enemies, holding a whole conversation with them. You can even embrace your enemies. And a lot of people say, well, no, that's phony. No, that's real, because it takes true strength. It takes true strength to embrace somebody that you despise. That's what the Most High wants us to do. Rise above the place where our enemies reside, spiritually, mentally, emotionally. Rise above that so that we can be the superior leaders that the Creator has for us to be. Embrace your enemies, smile at your enemies, visit your enemies, talk to your enemies, you know? And sometimes in the art of war, in the book of the Art of War, it teaches you that you take your enemies, and in 48 Laws of Power, it teaches you to make your enemy your friend or your servant. It's best to make a servant of your enemy than to make a servant of someone you call your friend. Because a lot of times when you make a servant of your friend grows jealous or envious of you. Your friend will pretend to be pleased and like you, but they will really be hating what you got, and then it will break up the friendship because it will make them an evil or wicked person. But your enemy, you know just who he is and just how he feels about you. There is no pretending. But and your enemy, usually, as they say in those books, your enemy will work overtime to try to please you. But you have to be selective over that enemy and who you choose and why. You got to be careful in how you do what you do with even those you call your enemy. All right? But you can't do that if you got hatred in your heart for your enemies. The Most High told the Ezekiel, pray for your enemy, hurt for your enemy, cry for your enemy. He told Ezekiel, lament for Tyre, who was the Philistines, who was the arch enemies of Israel. Everybody knows it. It's never changed. Let's read on, please.
Reading from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 27, verse 8. The inhabitants of Sidon and Arad were the mariners, thy wise men, O Tyre. They were in thee, were thy pilots. The ancients of Gabal and its wise men, were in thee thy caulkers. All the ships of the sea, with their mariners, were in thee to exchange thy merchandise.
Now, you see how Tyre had at least about 10, 15 different nations supplying their needs. One was your rower, one was your skilled men, one was your pilots. They did the seams. They did all types of things to make Tyre what? To make Tyre great. So Israel, that should be an indicator for you to let you know that we need to come together, because it's going to take a lot of us from different understandings to bring this thing together to make it complete so that we can rise as a nation. Tyre rose to the epitome of wealth and greatness and stature because it had the support of all these other surrounding nations. We can emulate that today, but with our own people. If we can just get 5 Knesset to work together, 5 houses of worship to work together, we can build something great. And I'm talking about something great that will go out throughout the world, not just here in Philadelphia, not just here in Georgia, not just here in Florida, but throughout the world. And in reality, it won't even take that many people. It can take 1 or 2 communities together, working together to build something great. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about that saddens me. When I was in Ohio the other day, and maybe this will change, but as of right now, it is what it is. When I was in Ohio the other day, I was riding down the street and I saw an old synagogue that they had transformed and created and made into a church, but it was originally a synagogue. So therefore, we're able to use it. Big, beautiful place, beautiful place. I mean, huge. The parking lot was so big, it can hold about 100 cars. And I made some phone calls for some Israelites that I knew in the Cincinnati area. And I sent messages. One person called me back. Me and that one person had a talk about an ideal that I had. Well, wait a minute. If y'all be willing to drive for like 45 minutes to Dayton, Ohio, we could all come together and purchase this synagogue. It was $2 million. $2,100,000 is what they wanted for the building. We could have hustled them down to about $1 million, $1.5 million. But if we had 3 or 4 communities coming together, that shouldn't have been a problem for us. Shouldn't have been a problem for us to get $2 million. And the building was already ready to go. So it ain't like we had to get in there and do a whole lot of work. Small-minded people stay in small-minded situations. I'm not one of those. So I get on the phone, call the people up. I get one phone call back, talk to a brother. I say, yo, have your Abba give me a call because I like to talk to him about these things. I haven't heard from his Abba yet. And that's been over a week ago. Part of this is why we don't get anywhere as a people, because we don't work together to build. Every man wants to be in control. I'm not in Ohio. So why do you think that Prince is trying to control something? Prince ain't trying to control nothing but what Prince is in control of. If we could, I would give my case to try to make that a reality for Israel if Israel was willing to come together and to work together. I don't have to be in control of nothing. I come visit about as much as I come visit right now. That's it. But to see our people work together, to build together, it lightens my soul. It makes me inside my essence feel fulfilled. And any part I can play in causing that to happen, I want to play that part. So that's just to show you Tyre was great because so many people came together to put their resources together to make Tyre great. That's why Tyre was great. And with Yisrael, we can be great too if we begin to put ourselves, our resources together and build together instead of you got a little building over there that you stay in. I mean, a little building. You got a little house you in. You ain't even got a house. You out in the park. You know, You in a two-story house, you in a one-story house, you in a storefront. Let's stop playing these games, family. Let's put our resources together and we can get one. It might be a little bit of a sacrifice. You might have to drive from Virginia to South Carolina or North Carolina every Shabbat, which is about an hour or 2 hours away. You may have to make that sacrifice, but look at the benefit of what it's achieving. Look at the benefit of what it's achieving. Greatness. And what you don't see right now, your children will benefit later. We have to do what we have to do. Tyree helped Solomon. Hiram Macbeth, who was a king, he actually came. He didn't just help Solomon, he helped Dawid as well, Solomon's father. He came and he helped build. He supplied the wood for the temple. That's right. And he sent servants and gifts of peacocks all to the temple to build the temple for the Most High. That's right. So we got to think, family. We got to begin to come together to work together as a people to bring about greatness. And we might not see the full potential of that greatness today. We might be gone to the next life, but our children would benefit from it. So we got to realize, family, that right now we need to be planting trees that we won't get to eat the fruit of. We have to be in that mindset in order for greatness to take place in the nation. And not enough of us are in that mindset. A lot of us want to run, control, and orchestrate things, and we there's no power. We don't even have the knowledge how to do that. And that's why a lot of our places hasn't grown to the potential that they're able to grow to. Let's read on, please.
Verse 10. They of Persia and of Lud and of Put were in thine army, thy men of war.
Well, who was that? Persia, way over there. Lud, the Ludonians, and Put were in your army as your men of war. See, more nations coming together to make Tyree great. Tyree head rose up in Tyree. Tyree got arrogant because it has so much going on, just like a lot of us. With the little bit that we got going on, we think we're greater than what we are. I got this. I got that. The Most High is with me. I'm the man. And you're not. Read on, please.
Continuing verse 10. They hung the shield and the helmet in thee. They set forth thy splendor.
Who set forth thy splendor? Other nations set forth your splendor, Tyree. Just like in Israel, we need to come together to set forth our splendor. I don't worry about what community grows as long as it's doing righteousness before the Most High. That's all I care about. And if I can help that community grow, then I'll help it grow. I mean what I say. I ain't got to call no shots in that community. I ain't got to be a part of that community. I will contribute and help it to grow. I just need to know that the community is about righteousness and doing the Most High's will. And then I'm willing to help. People misunderstand that. I talked to one brother. I said, bro, he might be here listening. My brother, he can verify it's a fact. I said, bro, y'all got a building down there y'all want to buy? He says, yeah, we got one. I said, well, let's make it happen. I'm willing to help. Let's make it happen. Because he got a nice little community and I can see it growing. I said, let's make it happen. I'll do what I can do to help you to get it. The only thing is that the building, it was an old church. Well, we can't go into an old church and build it up except if that old church was an old synagogue, originally built for the worship of the Most High. Brother says to me, well, we have a difference there. We have a difference of opinion. And I respect that. Then I have to stick to my opinion. You stick to your opinion. And we good. That don't mean we love each other less. He's still my man. He still called me today and we're going to make some things work. We can make it work, but we just can't make it work in a building that I see as an abomination before the Most High. Because the Most High says when you go into their houses of worship, you're supposed to tear it down. You can't leave no stone unturned. You have to tear it down. Now, if you want to tear it down and rebuild it up, then yes, we could do that. But you cannot take the worship of the Most High into a building that was built for idolatry. Can't do that. And I'm so grateful that the Most High allowed us to build this building that we have here from scratch. I'm so thankful. Our hands put this building together from scratch. I'm grateful. Took a lot of work, a lot of sacrifice, and a lot of time, but eventually we got it together. May the Most High be praised. Read on, sis. Let's get it in.
Verse 11. The men of Arvad with thy army were upon thy walls round about, and the Gammadim were in thy towers. They hung their shields upon thy walls round about. They have made thy beauty perfect.
So it's not always about you, family. A lot of times it's about the relationships that you can build with others. But if you got all that hatred in your heart, you can't see yourself working with people that you despise. But they made Tyre great. Read on, please.
Verse 12. Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of all kind of riches, with silver, iron, tin, and lead. They traded in thy fairs. Javan, Tubal, and Meshech were thy merchants. They traded the persons of men.
They
and
traded human beings. They brought slaves to Tyre. Read on.
And vessels of bronze in thy market. They of the house of Togarmah traded in thy fairs with horses and horsemen and mules. The men of Dedan were thy merchants. Many coastlands were thy merchandise of thine hand. They brought thee for a present horns of ivory and ebony. Syria was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of the wares of thy making. They traded in thy fairs with emeralds, purple, and embroidered work, and fine linen, and coral and agate. Judah and the land of Israel were thy merchants. They traded in thy market of wheat, of minnith, and panning, and panag, and honey, and oil, and balm. Damascus was thy merchant in the multitude of the wares of thy making, for the multitude of all riches in the wine of Helbon and white wool. Dedan and Javan going to and fro, traded in thy fairs. Bright iron cassia and calamus were in the market. Dedan was thy merchant in precious cloths for chariots. Arabia and all the princes of Kedar traded with thee in lambs and rams and goats. And these men, they thy merchants.
Now, all of these things are being brought to one place. Now, if one man has all that, he's wealthy. And whoever the king of Tyre was, we're going to talk about him as well. Whoever the king of Tyre was astoundingly beautiful in the sight of all the nations because he was sitting on high. He had everything he could imagine. Read on.
Verse 22. The merchants of Sheba and Ramah were thy merchants. They traded in thy fairs with the best of all spices.
Ramah, I'm sorry, Sheba and Ramah. Ramah was the actual father of Queen of Sheba, but yet they had cities named after them. Read on.
Continuing verse 22. With the best of all spices, and with all precious stones and gold. Haran and Canath and Eden, the merchants of Sheba. Ashur and Chilmad were thy merchants. These were thy merchants and all sorts of things, and blue clothes, and embroidered work, and in the chest of rich apparel, bound with cords, and made of cedar, among thy merchandise. The ships of Tarshish did sing of thee in thy market, and thou wast replenished and made very glorious in the midst of the seas.
The Father is trying to show us how great this nation was in wealth. There's a lot of people that we know are wealthy and we envy them today. Father's saying there's no need to envy them because I'm going to deal with them. Read on, please.
Verse 26. Thy roars have brought thee into great waters. The east wind has broken thee in the midst of the seas. Thy riches and thy fares, thy merchandise, thy mariners, and thy pilots, thy caulkers, and the traders of thy merchandise, and all thy men of war that are in thee, and in thy company, which is in the midst of thee, shall fall into the midst of the sea in the day of thy ruin. The pasture lands shall shake at the sound of the cry of thy pilots, and all that handle the oar, the mariners, and all the pilots of the sea shall come down from their ships, and they shall stand upon the land, and shall cause their voice to be heard against thee, and shall cry bitterly, and shall cast up dust upon their heads. They shall wallow themselves in the ashes, and they shall make themselves utterly bald for thee, and gird them with sackcloth, and they shall weep for thee with bitterness of heart and bitter wailing.
So the Father is actually painting for us a picture how this nation was great and all these people was supplying all their needs. Well, when this nation fall, because what goes up has to come down unless it's living a righteous life. So when this nation began to fall, all those people who invested in that nation because they thought that nation was doing a good thing and doing a good deed, not realizing that this nation was practicing idolatry, and a lot of them was practicing idolatry, so they was right at home with it, worshiping false deities. Matter of fact, ain't no deity a good deity. They are all false. The Most High is not a deity at all. They are all false. Therefore, those nations were worshiping these deities, and they wasn't putting the Most High first. Therefore, they had to reap destruction because you can't rise that high no matter who you are, no matter where you at, no matter what dispensation of time you live. You cannot rise but so high without giving glory back to the Most High. So all those rich people that you hear of, that you think about, they all, at one point in their lives, are going to have to give glory to the Creator of all creation. If not, they too will crumble. They too will fall. Read on, please.
Reading from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 27, verse 32. And in their wailing they shall take up a lamentation for thee, and lament over thee, saying, what city is like Tyre, like the destroyed in the midst of the sea? When thy wares went forth out of the seas, thou filledst many people. Thou didst enrich the kings of the earth with a multitude of thy riches and of thy merchandise. In the time when thou shalt be broken by the seas and the depths of the waters, thy merchandise and all thy company in the midst of thee shall fall. All the inhabitants of the coastlands shall be appalled at thee, and their kings shall be very much afraid. They shall be troubled in their countenance. The merchants among the people shall hiss at thee. Thou shalt be a terror, and never shall be any more.
Keep reading, please.
Reading from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 28, verse 1. The word of the Most High came again to me, saying, Son of man,
This is a reminder.
say unto the prince of Tyre,
Say to who?
say to the prince of Tyre,
That man that was running the show. Say unto him. Read on.
Thus says the Most High, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am God.
Because your heart was lifted up. See, certain men get in certain places and they receive so much accolades from everybody around them, they begin to put themselves in a position that they don't belong in. That happened to one of our brothers. And I never heard my brother say that he was the creator, but I did hear others say that he was. His followers and people in his audience and his parishioners, they called him man on earth, God in the flesh. That's what they called him, because they understood the creator by the name God, and they called my brother Ben-Ami, or my elder Ben-Ami, God in the flesh. And that wasn't a good thing to do. Now he's a dead God. He's no longer with us. He's passed on. And it could be because he allowed them to do that to him with no problems. Who knows? Only the Most High can judge. Read on, please.
Continue in verse 2. I sit in the seat of the Creator.
He said what? He said what?
I sit in the seat of the Creator.
That's what happens when men rise up in their minds. You know, when men rise up in their minds, they actually think that they're powerful as if they are the creator. There's nothing rising up in your mind, but you always humble yourself before the throne of the Most High. Give him all the glory. Same thing happened with, what's that man, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. He rose up in his mind, and the Most High had to bring him back down. Most High chopped him down. And then after the Most High chopped him down, he gave glory to the Most High from that day forward. Read on, please.
Continue in verse 2. In the midst of the seas, yet thou art a man, and not the creator.
He said, thou art what?
Thou art a man, and not the creator.
Now, let's turn this for a minute. Do you think that possibly this could have happened to JC as well? That JC had so many people paying him accolades, JC had so many people respecting him to the level that they did, that he thought he was a creator? I say no. I say JC didn't do that. Because every time when you read the New Testament, JC pushed people back to his father. And that's just if you accept the New Testament. He pushed them back to the creator. What happened was people like Paul came on the scene. And what happened was people taught their interpretation of what the Europeans put in place in that book and said that he was the creator. But I haven't read anywhere where JC himself said that he was. I personally didn't read it. But the author of that book had a plan. And that plan was to deceive Yisrael so that they can further practice idolatry. And that's exactly what we're doing. A lot of us have taken that JC character and made him the creator in the flesh. Like our other brothers took Ben-Ami and did the same thing. Well, Prince, I don't worship JC as the creator, Prince. He's just a prophet to me, or he's the Moshiach to me. Okay, I can't argue with you about that. If that's what you do, that's what you do. But there are a lot of people who worship him as the creator. Therefore, he's a deity. Therefore, you should have nothing to do with him because he's a deity. They make statues for him. They make statues for him. They bow down. These statues are made of wood and stone. They bow down at his feet and they kiss his feet. They pray to him. They worship him. I wouldn't want to be mixed up in that circle. I would stay far away from it. But you not me. You might not have the mind I got. I can't do it, but a lot of you can. I say he ain't nothing. And I'm going to stay far away from the assumption that he is something. But all I know is, everywhere where I read, he told you to worship and pray to the Most High, not him. I didn't see that. But those people after him and those people who teach Christianity tell you that he's the creator and that he's worthy of all praise. The Most High don't say that. The Most High never says that a man is worthy of all praise, ever. I don't care how good the man was. When did the Most High tell us to worship Moshe, Elijah, Ezekiel, Prophet Samuel? When did the Most High tell us to worship any of them? Never. And he never will. Read on, sis.
Continuation of verse 2. Though thou set thine heart as the heart of the Creator.
Thou set thy heart as the heart of the Most High, meaning that you set your mind as the mind of. How do you do that? Unless you think you're great and you want people to worship you and honor and praise and reverence you. But there's a lot of spiritual leaders that do just that. Read on. Now, let me make this clear for the record. There is a difference between reverencing and worshiping. There's a difference, between honoring and praying to. There's a difference. You honor your leaders. You reverence your leaders. You hold them sacred in your mind. You give them the highest respect that one man can give to another while on earth. But you never pray to them. You never worship them. You never put them in the place of the Most High. And like sis said, you never pray in the name of your spiritual leader. Now, the closest I would see, I had a wife, she's deceased, may the Most High bless her memory. I remember many years ago, she told me once, she says, Abba, she says, you know, when I pray to the power of you. I said, damn, that rocked my world right there. That was a powerful thing for a wife to say. She has that much trust in her husband that she prays to the power of her husband. She has that much trust. Now, how can you argue with a situation like that? I pray to the power of you. The power that you pray to is who I pray to, Abba. I said, dang. Now, how could I mess that up? Nothing you can do to mess that up if you are a wise man. That means your wife has the utmost respect and trust in you, that you would lead her to the Creator. That's what it says to me. She didn't pray to me. She prayed to the power that I serve. Like we say, to the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Yisrael. We pray to the father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob because we had that much trust and respect for the men, that the power they served, we know they was on point. And that's how she said about me, and it touched my soul. Touched my soul. Read on, please. Let's rock.
Verse 3. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from thee. With thy wisdom and with thy understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches. And
with thy wisdom and thy understanding, they have gotten thee wisdom. Yeah, your wisdom and understanding will bring you, but your wisdom and understanding come from the Most High. And all glory goes back to him. And if you're not giving that glory back to the Creator and you're claiming that is your own understanding, that's a problem. Read on, please.
Continuing verse 4. And has got, Slicka, thou hast gotten thee riches, and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasuries. By thy great wisdom and by thy merchandise hast thou increased thy riches, and thy heart is lifted up because of thy riches.
Most people who are wealthy are pride and arrogant, full of pride, full of arrogance. Most people who are wealthy. Read on.
Verse 6. Therefore, thus says the Creator, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of the Creator, behold, therefore I will bring strangers upon thee, and the terrible of the nations, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall defile thy brightness. They shall bring thee down to the pit, and thou shalt die in the depths of them that are slain in the midst of the sea. Wilt thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I am the Creator? But thou shalt be a man, and not the Creator,
Now,
in the hand of him
now,
that slayeth thee.
now, no man should ever say, I am the Creator. I am the God. But let's talk about this man, Tyre. And let's pay close attention to this. It says, will you say, I am a God? I am a Elohim. It's like a challenge. He has no right to say he is Elohim. Tyre, the king of Tyre, or the prince of Tyre. He has no right to say he is a Elohim. You do, because you're a child of the Most High. The king of Tyre, they're Canaanites. They're pagans. They're not Israelites. They're not Hebrew Israelites. They do not have the right to say they are Elohim, because they're not. They are man and mankind. The children of Israel are not man and mankind. That's what a lot of us don't know, because we have been deceived. But we're going to have that conversation. This part here is what prompted me to go and to bring the distinction between you and men that walk this earth. In the presence of those who kill you, though you are but a man and you're no Elohim, and you're definitely not El, in the hands of those who slay you. Read on, sis. Verse 10.
Verse 10. Thou shalt die in the depths of the uncircumcised.
You shall die the death of the uncircumcised, like a heathen. Like a heathen. You're not my son, but you're going to die the death of the uncircumcised. Read on.
By the hand of foreigners, for I have spoken it, thus says the Most High. Moreover, the word of the Creator came unto me, saying, Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyre, and say unto him, Thus says the Creator, Thou sealest up the sum, full of wisdom, and perfect in beauty. Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of the Creator.
So what now, don't get this mixed up, y'all. Don't get this mixed up. I'm going to tie this in like you've never heard it before in your life. I promise you. Pay attention. Get your notepads and your pens, your paper, get it all out. Because we're not talking about the devil, although that's what they would like you to believe. We're talking about mankind. This king, his spirit is from ancient times. He was in the Garden of Eden. But watch what happens. Let's walk together. Read on, please.
Continue in verse 13. Every precious stone was thy covering.
Can you start back at 12, please?
Okay. Verse 12. Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyre.
Cry
And say
for
unto
the
him,
king of Tyre. First time it was the prince. Now we crying for the king. Read on. And say to him, thus saith Yahweh Adonai Yahweh. Read on.
Thou sealest up the sum.
You was a signet of perfection. You was a sign of perfection. Read on.
Full of wisdom and of perfect
in
in beauty.
There you go. You had a lot of wisdom and you was perfect in beauty. That's who you were. Read on.
Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of the Creator.
Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of the Most High.
Every precious stone was thy covering.
Uh-huh.
The sardius,
Uh-huh.
topaz,
Uh-huh.
and the diamonds,
Uh-huh.
and the beryl, and
Uh-huh.
the onyx,
Oh, yes.
and the jasper,
Uh-huh.
and the sapphire,
And
the emerald, and the carbuncle.
all of these things was at his disposal. He owned, he possessed, he had all these things. Remember, the Garden of Eden sat right in the middle, and from the Garden of Eden spewed out 4 rivers. And in those 4 rivers, or in the lands connected to those 4 rivers, all those things were. So he had custody and possession of all those gifts and treasures. Read on.
Continuation of verse 13. And gold, the workmanship of thy timbrels, and thy flutes was prepared in thee in the day that thou was created.
Uh-huh.
Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth, and I have set thee so.
Now, thou was the anointed guardian. The anointed guardian. And that word is shakak. Shakak. You are the anointed guardian cherub, or protector, or angel, a warrior. He says, the Most High says, I placed you. You were on the holy mountain of Ha Elohim. Read on.
Continuing verse 14. Thou was upon the holy mountain of the Creator. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou was perfect in thy ways from the day that thou was created, till iniquity was found in thee.
Until iniquity was found in you. What iniquity was found there? I can't hear you. What iniquity was found in him? Read on, sis.
Verse 16. By the multitude of thy merchandise, they have filled the midst of thee with violence, and thou hast sinned. And therefore I will cast thee as profane out of the mountains of the Creator, and I will destroy thee, O covering cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire.
Read on.
Thine heart was lifted up because of thy beauty.
Why was his heart lifted up?
Because of the beauty.
Because of his beauty. He had all that he needed. He was wealthy. He was rich. He had everything going on for him. And it lifted his heart up that he started trying to be the Most High. Read on, please. What Paul said? Paul says, Jesus thought it not robbery to be equal to the Creator. Paul said that. Jesus thought it not robbery to be equal with the Creator. Read on, please.
Continuation of verse 17. Thou hast corrupted thy wisdom by reason of thy brightness. I will cast thee to the ground.
I cast you to the ground.
I will lay thee before kings.
I laid you before kings.
that they may behold thee. Thou hast defiled thy sanctuaries.
Why? Because of the multitudes of your iniquities, you have defiled your sanctuary. Read on.
By the iniquity of thy merchandise. Therefore will I bring forth a fire from the midst of thee. It shall devour thee, and I will bring thee to ashes upon the earth in the sight of all of them that behold thee.
Mm. So you had risen up to greatness. You had risen to greatness. But because of the iniquities that was found in you, the Most High took you back down to the dust of the earth. Do you know what that symbolically means? That you will be lying in the dirt. Think about it, family. People who don't have any money or any wealth, and I mean absolute destitute people, they sleep on the ground. Some of them sleep outside in the dirt, in the dust. That's what the Father's saying that he was going to do to this king, because the Most High had blessed him with so much, but he gave not his glory to the Most High. Now, a lot of you are in that same situation. A lot of you, to whatever level you're on right now, the Most High is blessing you, but you give not nothing back to the Most High. Let that sink in for a minute. Meditate on that. So you just like the king of Tyre. The Most High gets fed up after a while because you do nothing to glorify him. So you come to a Shabbat service. What does that mean? You know, it appears that the Most High honors you best when you go out of your way to do things for him, when you make sacrifices for him. Not one time did you read anything about all that he did for that king. Not one time did you read anything about what he did in reverse to give glory to the Most High. And there's a lot of us that are just like that today. It's just like that today with a lot of us. Read on, please.
Reading from the book of Ezekiel, chapter 28, verse 19. All they that know thee among the people shall be appalled at thee. Thou shalt be a terror, and never shall be any more. Again, the word of the Creator came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Sidon, and prophesy against it, and say, Thus says the Most High,
I am against you, O Sidon,
and I will be glorified in the midst of thee, and they shall know that I am the Creator.
I shall be glorified in the midst of you, and they shall know that I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh. Read on.
When I shall have executed judgments in her, and shall be sanctified in her. For I will send into her pestilence and blood into her streets, and the wounded shall be judged in the midst of her by the sword upon her on every side. And they shall know that I am the Creator. And there shall be no more a pricking briar unto the house of Israel, nor any grieving thorn of all that are round about them, and that despise them. And they shall know that I am the Most High.
What is he saying? He's saying all those nations that come up against you, his sons and his daughters, he's going to defeat them on your behalf. So although we see our lives, we're having a hard time struggling right now to get ahead, it's not going to always be that way. It's not even going to be that way for too much longer, because the Most High is altering the power. Read on, please.
Verse 25. Thus says the Creator, when I shall have gathered the house of Israel from the people among whom they are scattered.
Read that again.
Thus says the Creator.
Who said this?
Thus
Yahweh
says
Waheh.
the Creator.
The Most High says this. What is he going to do, sis?
When I shall have gathered the house of Israel from the people among whom they are scattered.
And when it says from whom in which they are scattered, it means that we have went into so many different lands. And we have been there for so long. And a lot of us think that that is our home, but it's not. You're comfortable here in America. In America, you have lost your identity. You don't know who you are. You think you're a nigger. You think you're an American. You think you Afro-American. You think you everything but a child of the Most High, a Hebrew Israelite. If you ask the average black man walking down the street his nationality, he wouldn't know what to tell you. He might even tell you I'm black, as if that's a nationality. That's why they haven't given any reparations yet to the people, because you have to state a nationality in order for the reparations to be given. And we don't know our nationality. Black is not a nationality. African American is not a nationality. A nigger ain't a nationality. So in order for you to get reparations, in order for you to put a bill out for reparations, you have to have a nationality of people on record to present this information. If you're looking for your land, you got to know who the indigenous Indians were, the original Indians. You have to know who they were. Now, if you said I'm Indian, then I wouldn't argue with you, because Indian means that you are the indigenous people here in the Americas, not those Indians that come from India and all those places. They're not Indians. They're not the original inhabitants of this land. There's a difference. There is a difference. Read on, sis, please.
Continuing verse 25. And shall be sanctified in them in the sight of the nations. Then shall they dwell in their land that I have given
In their own land.
to my servant Yaakov. And they shall dwell safely in it, and shall build houses, and plant vineyards, yea,
And where we going to do all of that?
in our own land.
In our land. So no matter how long we've been here, we're going to be going back to our own land. So while we're here, we have to make the best out of it. We have to make the best out of it. And build houses, plant vineyards, marry, grow, build communities. But we shouldn't be doing all that in the cities. We need to do that out in a place where we can actually have a community that would be prosperous. Read on, please.
Continuing verse 26. Yea, they shall dwell with confidence when I have executed judgments upon all those that despise them round about them.
They
And
should
shall
dwell
know.
securely when I execute judgment upon all their neighbors. And if you look around right now, fam, nope, close your eyes. Don't use these eyes. Use this eye. Look around, and all that you hear and all that you see. Are the nations being judged?
Come on.
Are the nations being judged? Absolutely. Read on, sis. So all that's doing is making preparations for you to get back right with the Almighty. Read on.
And they shall know that I am the Most High, their power.
And they shall know that I am Adonai, their Yohei Wahei, their power. That's deep. That's deep. Now, how many of you really understand what we just read? How many of you really understand what we just read? Because Prince talked about it. We blew that chapter up. A lot of times you'll read these chapters, you'll be like, man, ain't nothing interesting in these chapters. Not when you read it with me. Because the Creator has given me the vision to see, the understanding to know, and the wisdom to proceed on that understanding and bring it true. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of these things you'll read, you have no understanding of what you to stop reading. Matter of fact, most people just skip it and move on to another where they can get some meat out of it. So now we're going to fill in a lot of blanks because we brought up a thing about mankind not being Israel. So we have to find out when man was created, what man created, who created man, and then who created you, where you come from, why are you here? Can anybody, while you're here in this chapter, in this verse, while I'm explaining what I'm about to explain and get into what I'm about to get into, please tell me, why are you here? Anybody that think they know, what is your purpose for existence? Let's go. Sister Ornette, you might want to get a glass of water, get your tonsils wet, because we ready to get it in.
Okay, hallelujah.
Here it come, y'all. I'm telling you, if you didn't go out and invite nobody in, you better invite now, because we get ready. The roof is on fire. We get ready to burn the house down. Not the temple, just the house. She said, we don't need no water. Let them burn. What we need to be burning is this ideology that the Europeans gave us in our minds, and we are running with it now, thinking that it's truthful and factual. Think about it, family. It has brought you nothing but chaos, turmoil, and confusion. Your people are still suffering today as we have been for the last 1,000 years. We are still suffering. And you know what the common factor is? We're still relying on the Europeans for our freedom, our success. That is an abomination before the Most High. Let's go, y'all. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness over the face of the deep. And the spirit of Elohim was hovering over the faces of the waters. Wow. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim ve et haaretz. We haaretz bachahu form. Let's see. Genesis 1 and 2. We haaretz, we chaya. Tohu. Oh yeah. Tohu. We bohu. Uchoshek. Al panai. Tahom. We ruach. Elohim. Marechafet al Panai Hamayim. That's deep. That's deep. And the earth was without form. He was Tahu Webohu, without form, and darkness, Koshek, was upon the face of the deep. Al Panai Takum. Now I looked up the word Takum the other day because I'm preparing a lesson for y'all in the future, for us all in the future. And this lesson that I'm preparing is about Tahum. Tahum is the Hebrew word for deep. Tahum is waters. Tahum is the Hebrew word is for waters. Northwest Semitic Biblical Hebrew word meaning the deep or abyss, literally the deeps. It is used to describe the primordial ocean and the post-creation waters of the earth. It is a cognate of the Akkadian word tatum, as well as Ugaritic tahum, which have similar meanings according to the theological dictionary. Tahum derives from a Semitic root which denotes the sea as a non-personified entity with mythological importance. Tahum is mentioned in Genesis 1 and 2, where it is translated as the deep. Here they have it. Let me read that again for you. See, the Akkadian word tatum or tatum. Now, tatum is a creature. Is what they call a dragon or a monster. We're going to deal with all that stuff later. Let's get back to the book of Genesis. We're back up here. Sis, are you there?
I'm here.
Did you get something to drink?
I did.
All right. Did y'all invite your friends in? Did y'all invite everybody y'all wanted to hear this? Did y'all get them likes up? We got 16 likes. We're 1,700 people here right now. With 16 likes. We got to do better than that, family. We got 4 shares. 4 shares. We got to do better than that with all this knowledge. Well, you might be one of the 4. With all this knowledge, we got to do better than that. Let's rock. Let's get this thing going. All right. You ready, sis?
Okay.
Genesis 1 and 1.
Reading from the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning.
And that's a lie. They start off the book with a lie. The translation of the book has started off telling a lie. And Prince, you only read 3 words. And they lied in those 3 words. In the beginning. This is not the beginning. This is a beginning, not the beginning. In Hebrew, it says Bereshit. Bereshit means a beginning, but the translators wrote in the beginning. How do you know that this is not the beginning? Where did darkness come from? Where the deep or the waters come from? Where did the Spirit of the Most High come from? See, it's not the beginning. This is a beginning. Do y'all see that right now? Can I move on?
Okay.
Read on, please.
In the beginning, Ha Elohim created the heaven and earth. And the earth was without form and void.
It doesn't say that the earth wasn't there. It doesn't. It says the earth wasn't with form and it was empty. But it doesn't say that the earth wasn't present. You know why it doesn't say that? Because the earth was within the waters. The earth had to be congealed together. It had to bring order to the chaos, which means it had to take form and structure and come about. Order was being commanded upon the waters. If you ever notice anyone, if you take a particle of water, and you put it on the ground, let that water dry up, residue appears in the water afterwards. That residue is minerals and other traces of elements that exist in that water. Same thing with the deep. All needed to do was that the waters needed to dry up. It needed to back up. The particles in the water needed to come all together, and dry land would appear. Same principle. It's not that the earth wasn't there, it wasn't in the form that it's in today. If you look around us, family, if you have any understanding of science and what's going on in its universe, everything is encapsulated in water. Everything. No matter how far out you can see, no matter how far you can see down, everything is a variation of water. Those different variations of water we call the heavens. We are in one stage of a heaven right now, right here on earth, because water is all around us and we're breathing it. It's called H2O, oxygen. H, hydrogen, 2% hydrogen. O, oxygen, makes up water. And it's all around us right now. We like fish, for real, in a big aquarium, just in a different form, breathing in that H2O. What will happen if they cut that oxygen off from us? Well, oxygen is O, but what will happen if they cut that off from us? We will cease to exist. Read on, sis.
Verse 2.
And darkness. Go ahead.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
And darkness. Where did darkness come from if this was the beginning? And it's on something. It's on the face of the deep. If this was the beginning, where it come from? This is something that they call triple stage of darkness. Darkness upon darkness upon darkness, and it deals with the mind of a man. Triple stages of darkness. The darkness so deep that you can feel it. Triple stage of darkness was on the face of the deep. The waters were there already because everything that's created is created within water. Read on, sis, please. Now, I don't know if these people that you talked to previously told you all these things. Maybe they don't even understand these things. So Prince is going to give it to you. Go get your teacher and ask him to tune in. Let's go, sis.
Continuation of verse 2. And the spirit of Ha Elohim moved upon the face of the waters.
Now, sis, I would love to say to you that you were right on that one, but you're wrong on this one. That is not Ha Elohim. Ha Elohim has nothing to do with the story of Genesis in the first chapter. Nothing. And a lot of people are going to say, well, Prince, you don't know what you're talking about. They're going to say, Prince, you wrong about that. And all I say to you is, find me anywhere in the scriptures where Ha Elohim is present in the first chapter of Genesis, and I'll eat the book. That's not the creator that's speaking, that's doing these things. That's not the Most High. In the beginning, Elohim, the powers of heaven, formed. They didn't create nothing. They formed something. In order to create something, you create from nothing to create something. But to form something, the only thing you need to do is take what you got and make it into something else. Now, you could say that's created in one sense, but in the true essence of creation, that's not creating. That's forming. This is not the Most High. The Most High sanctions everything that takes place, but what we're reading right now is not being done by the Most High. This is just a blueprint that's going to be presented to the Most High. I hope you got your recording devices recording. I hope you have went out and invited all your friends and all your teachers. I pray that you have, because they're going to learn something today, whether they agree or disagree. Just tell them to do the research and prove Prince wrong. Elohim formed the heavens and the earth. Wait a minute. The heavens is high waters. Was the waters already there? Yes. So how they create the heavens if it's already there? Was the earth already there? The earth was already there. It just wasn't in its form. So how they create the earth if it was already in the waters? Nothing is being created in Genesis, the first chapter. Absolutely nothing. Read on, sis.
Continuation of verse 2. And the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters.
Now, that spirit of Elohim is not the creator. Hold on for a second, please. That spirit of Elohim is not the creator. And that's what we have to understand. Because the Most High is not a spirit. He's not a spirit. Read on, please.
Verse 3. And Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light.
Go ahead.
And the Creator saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness.
Now what happened? Elohim said, let there be light. And there was light. And Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. Elohim saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. So where'd the light come from? Where did the light come from, family? Anybody? Everybody? So if the light came from the darkness, how is the light first? If it came from the darkness was first. But a lot of people say a day begins when light appears. That's the beginning of a day. Not according to the Creator, not according to the scriptures. Read on, please.
Verse 5. And Elohim called the light day.
No, it actually says Elohim called to the light Yom. And the darkness he called Layla. But you won't know that unless you read it in the Ivrit. But go ahead.
And the darkness he called night. And
Read
the
on.
evening and the morning were the first day.
And the evening, again, the dark was first. And the evening, and then the morning, day one. So what came first?
The darkness.
Oh, read on.
Verse 6. And
Uh-huh.
Elohim said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
He says, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters to divide the waters from the waters. So every dispensation of what we have is a different dispensation of water. Read on.
Verse 7. And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament.
That's
And
called
it
the
was
stratosphere.
so.
That's called the stratosphere. It's being formed. Read on. And it was
Verse
so.
8.
And Elohim called the expansion.
The firmament,
He called it heaven.
heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
So how did he start it? The evening and then the morning. So the completion of the evening brought about the morning. The completion of the morning brought back the evening. So that was one complete day. And they call that the second day. Read on.
Verse 9. And Elohim said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place.
So what did he do with the waters? He
Like-
brought it all together in one place. Read on.
And let the dry land appear.
How
And
did
it
he
was so.
cause the dry land to appear? He had to take the elements within the water and allow it to dry up. And that's how you get dry land. Read on. Yes, the particles in the water all congealed together brought about dry land within the midst of the water.
Verse 10. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas.
He called the dry land earth, the gathering of the water, he called seas. Yes. Read on.
And Elohim saw it was good.
Uh-huh.
And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth vegetation, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself, upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth vegetation, and herb yielding seeds after its kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself, after its kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day.
So let's stop right there for a minute. If you notice, there's no man on the earth. Is that Ginger? Oh. There was no man in the earth, but yet the fruits and the trees and the vegetation was all there. There was no man in the earth at this time. The trees in this version or this blueprint, the trees came before man. Am I right? Read on, sis.
Verse 14. And Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth, and it was so.
Oh, okay. Let them be for signs, for days, for seasons, and years. Let the light be for signs, seasons, days, and years. Again, let the light. There are a lot of people who keep the visibility of the dark moon and say that that's a sign for them to begin the counting of their months. But according to the scriptures, it says, let the lights be for signs, for days and years. Therefore, the first visible light should be for that sign to let you know that this is the beginning of your months. The first visible light. Read on, please.
Verse 16.
Let me back up, because a lot of people follow the full moon as the beginning of their months. Well, that light has already been visible for a good 15 days before it became full. Therefore, it's not a new sign. The new sign should be the first visible light to determine the beginning of your month. Read on, please.
Verse 16. And Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night.
The greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. Now we think that greater light is the sun, and that the lesser light is the night, is the moon. And in one instance, you're right. But all of it comes from the sun. The light from the sun reflects upon the moon, which casts it back to the earth. The light from the moon has no light of its own. That light comes from the sunlight. So therefore, when you take an extraction of something, you have the lesser of that thing. And that's why they call it the lesser light. The greater light rules the day. You get all illumination from the sun directly on the earth. But as the sun travels around the earth, the moon is still in the sky. The light from the sun hits the moon and it shines back on the sun, on the earth. So you get to see the light from the moon. We call that the lesser light. If he was creating the sun, which is Shemesh, and the moon, which is Uriah, then he would have just put those two words in there. Shemesh, the creator created the Shemesh, the creator created the Uriah. But he didn't do that. He put Or and Kitan, or Kitan. Read on, please.
The stars were made also. Verse 17. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
We still dealing with evening first, and the evening and the morning was the fourth day. It didn't say in the morning, then the evening. It says the evening completion brings about morning. From the morning completion, it brings about that evening, which is one complete day. And it doesn't say that that day was 24 hours either. Read on, please.
Verse 20. And Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven.
Read that again, please, because we're not even paying attention. Half of us probably sleep. Pay attention. Watch what it says. Read it again.
Verse 20. And Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven.
Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? If you didn't catch it, I'm going to ask you this way. Where'd the birds come from? According to that, the birds came from the water. If you ever notice, a bird looks like a fish. You ever notice that? They got the two things on the side and the one thing in the back, just like the fish. The birds move through the air, the fish move through the water. They look so similar. You say even the eyeballs look alike. Yes, right. The mouth, the beak, they all look alike. One flies through the air, one flies through the water. But watch this. Read on. Now remember, all this was just a blueprint. Read on, please.
Verse 21. And Elohim created great sea monsters, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly, after their kind, and every winged fowl after its kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let the fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day.
And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. Read on.
Verse 24. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after its kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beasts of the earth after its kind.
The animals on the earth came forth from the earth, but the birds came forth from the water. Read on, please.
Verse 25. And Elohim made the beasts of the earth after its kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after its kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the sixth, verse 26. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness.
Now stop.
And let them,
Elohim said, let us. Elohim said, let us, anakdu. Let us make man. Well, the Creator has no partners. That's how you know that this Elohim is not the Most High. The Most High never says, let us do anything. Elohim said, let us. And we're going to fill you out on who Elohim is later. Elohim is not the Almighty. This whole chapter in Genesis, the first chapter, is not talking about the Creator. It's talking about Elohim, the heavenly host. Read on, please. So the heavenly host is saying, let us make man in our image after our likeness. The heavenly host is separate from this man and this woman that's being made in their image and after their likeness. Well, this man that's being made in their image and his likeness. Read on, please. And let them have dominion. Go ahead, sis.
And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth.
Now, this is where the Christian like to stick their little thing in there and say, see, that's the Trinity. Let us make man in our image, body, soul, and spirit. And none of that is true. Verse 27.
So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them.
So that means that if that was the creator speaking, if that Elohim was the creator, that means that the creator has 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, a torso, and a follicle, and a booty. Remember that. If that's the creator, then when the Most High asks, who is like unto me? Who can you say is like unto me? Then we can right easily say that man is like unto the Most High, because man has the same thing that the Most High would have if this was the Most High speaking. There's nothing like the Creator. This is not the Most High speaking. This is the Most High's creation speaking. And man was fashioned after the Most High's creation, not after the Most High. The Most High says, my mind is so far away from your mind. My ways are so far away from your ways. You couldn't begin to understand. And it's a fact. Read on, please.
Verse 28. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it.
This is what I'll give to a lot of the people, like something like what Danielle put up earlier. He says to them, be fruitful. Pari or para is fruit. Pari is fruit. Para is the progress of being fruitful. And multiply. Rob and fill. Now, they got the word malah to mean fill, which it does. But the word in Genesis is milieu to mean fill again or redo. It's another process. Milieu the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the heavens and over every living thing that moves on the earth. Read on.
Verse 29. And Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree, and which is the fruit of a tree, yielding seed, to you. It shall be for food.
It should be for what?
For food.
So why are we eating animals? If Elohim created man on the earth to eat the fruit and the vegetation, why is man eating animals? Why is man eating other men? Why are we eating everything except fruit and vegetables? I'll let that sit in with you. Read on, please.
Verse 29. And Elohim said, behold, verse 30. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein that is life, I have been giving every green herb for food. And it was so.
So everything that have life, that have the breath of life, is supposed to eat fruit and vegetables. So that means tigers, That means buffaloes. That buffaloes do eat fruit and vegetables. That means all animals that are hyenas. All those things are supposed to eat fruit and vegetables, but we know that they don't. And it's the same reason why they don't eat fruit and vegetables is the same reason why we don't eat fruit and vegetables, because we have been corrupted. Read on, please. 31.
Verse 31. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good.
It was
And it was very good.
it was told me, oh, it was told me, oh, very good. But what it wasn't was perfect. It wasn't perfect. It was very good, not perfect. Everything that Elohim had put in his blueprint that he has to present before the Most High for the Most High's approval was told me, oh, not perfect. All right? I pray that y'all are following along, as I know it's a lot to digest. That's why I ask you to take your notepads, your pens, and your papers so you can ask your questions afterwards. And Brother Asa, I see your questions and we will address them. Read on, please.
And the evening and the morning were the sixth day.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 1. Go ahead, sis.
Thus the heaven and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all
So
his work.
Elohim rested on the seventh day. It doesn't mean that Elohim was tired. It only means that Elohim ceased from all of his works that he was doing. Right? Go ahead. Read on, please.
Verse 3. And Elohim blessed the seventh day, and he sanctified it,
He made it holy. Kodash.
because that in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made.
Now, what I said was that Elohim that we've been dealing with is not the creator. What I said is that Elohim that we've been dealing with was the heavenly hosts of the heavens. And what I said was that I was going to tell you about the creator a little bit later. Read on, please.
Verse 4. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Creator made the heaven and the earth.
Say that again.
In the day that Elohim made the heaven and the earth.
Oh,
And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Elohim had not caused.
back up. Start over, verse 4.
Verse 4. Verse 4. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created, in the day that Elohim made earth and the heavens.
Stop. This, see that? The word Lord. You didn't see that anywhere in the first chapter. This is talking about the Most High. And this is not a continuation from the previous chapter. This is the beginning of a whole new concept. Do you understand what I'm saying? The creator looked at that blueprint and said, yeah, I like that. And what he liked about it, he kept in place. But there are a lot of things about it that he didn't like that he's going to change. And we're about to read the changes that the Most High made. So chapter 2 is saying, I know what was laid out in the first chapter, but this is the generations of the heavens and earth and how they took place. Now you're about to read about the creation of everything on the earth. The Most High didn't have no problem with the heavens. He had no problem with how they formed the heavens and how they wanted to do all this on the heavens. He had no problem with that. But how they were doing things in the earth, the Creator had a problem with. So what did he do? He reconfigured it and did it the way he wanted it to go. And that's why you're about to see a lot of changes take place that wasn't here before. Read on, please. Genesis 2 and 4.
Verse 4. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, and the day that the Creator made the earth and the heavens.
He made it all in a day, in a time, in the yom. What he did was this. Read on.
And every plant of the field before it was in the earth.
Even before every plant of the field was in the earth, you can ready to read what happened. There was no plants in the earth at this time. There was no fields in the earth at this time. Well, at least the fields didn't have no plants in it. Watch this. Before any plant sprung up, you are about to read what the Most High did. Read on.
And every herb of the field before it grew, for the Creator had not caused it to rain upon the earth.
Rain had not even fallen upon the earth at this time.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even know what rain was. Well, actually, there was no men there. Read on, please.
And there was not a man to till the ground.
There was no men. There was nothing but dirt everywhere. When the Most High took over and said, you know what? This is what I'm going to start with. And he started with the dirt. Y'all listening? Creator started with the dirt. He took their plan, he took their blueprint and said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. The heavens is fine. I like how the heavens went about. The day and night, you did all that, cool. But I'm going to deal with this issue. Now, I want you to also know that only the Creator can create. So nothing was created in Genesis, the first chapter. Everything that was formed came from something else. Only the Creator can create from nothing. And let's see, let's read on.
Verse 6.
So, brother, I'll pay attention because you get ready to get your answer.
Reading from the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse
And
6.
a mist.
But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground.
What would happen? There was no Geshen. There was no rain. Geshen is the Hebrew word for rain. There was no Geshen. There was a mist. A mist. They call it Ad. There was an Ad, which was going up from the earth. Mean Haaretz. Is that Haaretz or Eretz? Cain, Eretz. Read on, please.
Verse 7.
And
the
that
Most
mist
High
that came up from the earth is how the earth got its water. But remember, there was no vegetation. Read on, sis. Let's go. Pay attention, family, because you're about to see some things you never saw, hear some things you never heard, be some things revealed to you that you never had revealed. Pay attention. Read on, sis.
And the Most High formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Then the Most High, Ha Elohim Yotzer, what did he do? He formed. Now they got the word Yotzer as the word form, where it should be create. But I can understand why they use Yotzer. They use Yotzer because he's going to come from something else. He came from the dust of the earth. Yotzer and bara are interchangeable words. Right here, when they're dealing with the Most High, they use the word Yotzer when he created man. That's why you always hear me reverence the Most High as Yotzer. Yotzer did this, Yotzer did that. Because the first introduction of the word Yotzer that I know of is right here in the book of Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 7th verse. And it's only the Most High who has done this. Then the Most High, Elohim, formed the man from what? From the dust of the ground. But then, once he got that physical body in play, he gave man something that no other thing could give him. And it was the breath of lives. Lives, plural. He gave him the breath of lives. Nothing else has the breath of lives like man, but man, because the Most High gave it to him. You can have the breath of life, that's cool, but he has the breath of lives. Read on.
Verse 8. And the Most High.
Read 7 again, please.
Okay. Verse 7. And the Most High formed man of the dust of the ground.
The dust, afar, ki afar ashuv, to the dust you shall return. He formed him from the dust, from mean Adonai. He formed the man from the dust of Adonai. Adonai is the word for earth or land. Let's not say earth, let's say land. Okay, Adonai is the word for land. Do you know why Adonai is the word for land?
Oh, Adonai.
Uh-huh.
Does it have something to do with Adam?
Yeah, it has something to do with Adam. That's why they call Adam Adam.
Right.
Because he came from the Adonai. Yes, but Adonai is inclusive of blood and earth. Dome is blood. Adam is earth. Adonai is blood and earth. That's what made that man. But he formed that man from the Adonai, blood and earth, and then he breathed. Did you read that part, sis?
And breath breathed into his nostrils, the breath of life.
Now, he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. The word for breathe or breath is nafishma. Nafeshma. That's the word for breathe. Now, let me see how they got it in the Hebrew. Give me a second. Let me check, see how they got it in the Hebrew. I want to make sure that I give you something else. Let me pull it up. Let me see how they got it in the Hebrew. Yeah, nefeshma. Okay. He breathed into him the breath of, he breathed into him the breath of lives. Chaya. Yes, he breathed into him the breath of lives, plural. Read on, please.
Verse 8. And verse 7. And the Creator formed man of the dust of the ground.
I'm sorry. And then it says, man became a living nefesh. All those three things together cause man to be a living soul. Now you know how man came into existence. What that got to do with Israel? Another thing I want to bring out so that you can see is that there was still no vegetation in the earth, but yet man was being created before the vegetation. Did y'all notice that? There was no vegetation, but man was being created first. Then the Creator is going to create plants and trees and vegetation. But in the blueprint, it was diverse. The plants, the vegetations, and all that stuff was created first. And then in the 6th chapter, the man came, or the sixth day. Then the man came. The Creator did it his way and did it different. The reason for that, you know why? Because man was created to have dominion over everything. Everything. His dominion came by him being created in position before them and then to name these things. That's man. He was being created to have dominion over everything in the earth. But an Israelite man was created to have dominion over everything that came after his existence. And the Israelite man predates this history that you're reading. We're not reading the Israelites' history. We're reading the history of mankind. When you go back to the first chapter, the first verse, it says, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim ve'et haaretz. And in a beginning, Elohim formed the heavens and the earth. Who was that Elohim? It was Yisrael, the heavenly hosts. Therefore, an Israelite man has dominion over the heavens and the earth and everything within it. Do y'all see the significance there? Yes. Man has dominion over everything in the earth because he was created before everything in the earth, and he named everything in the earth, which gave him supremacy over everything in the earth. But the Israelite man predates the creation of man. Well, Prince, you're losing me a little bit. Then ask your questions, and I'll answer them. This creation that we're reading right here has nothing to do with an Israelite man. It has everything to do with humanity, mankind, not the creation and formation of Israel. Read on, please.
Verse 8. And the Most High created a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed.
So what happened? Now he created the man, but then he creates a garden and put the man in that garden eastward of Eden. Something about the east that's extremely powerful that we have no understanding on today. It's something about the east. The east commands respect because the Most High designed it that way. Read on, please.
Verse 9. And out of the ground made the Creator to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food.
And good for what?
For food.
Even mankind, when the Most High changed the plan, he took that part that mankind was supposed to eat, the vegetations, for his food. That's why we got so many obese people now. That's why we got so many people dying of all these cancers now, all these illnesses now, because they eat things that we wasn't designed to eat. And that's why we are rapidly decaying in this earth. That's why a man can't properly think straight and proper, because he eat things he's not supposed to eat. Do you know that the human body is so designed that if you shut down from eating food, your body begins the process automatically of healing itself of any sickness or disease that's in the body? Why do you think I fast so much? Trying to get rid of my teeth damage. So I fast a whole lot to try to fix that up. The human body can heal itself if you know the right methods to utilize to heal it. We wasn't designed to eat meat. We were designed to be vegan. Read on, sis, please.
Continuation of verse 9. And the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Did anybody ever tell you that it was two trees in the Garden of Eden? Two. One was the tree of life, and one was the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam, mankind, has nothing to do with Israel as of yet. Read on, please.
Verse 10. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden.
Now you got the river coming out of Eden to water the garden. Read on.
And from thence it was parted and became four heads.
Four heads. The name of the verse.
Pishon. That is which compassed the whole land of Havilah. There is gold, and the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium, and the onyx stone. And the name of that second river, Gihon. And the same is it that compasseth the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it, with it goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates.
4 rivers that come out of the Garden of Eden. Read on, please.
Verse 15.
And then the Most High took the man. Read on.
Took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to till it and to keep it.
He put him why? Where? For what?
He put him in the garden to till it and keep it.
So you actually made human beings to be put in the garden to till the garden and to keep the garden. And you were supposed to eat the fruit of that garden. That's what you were made for. When was man created? He was created in the beginning. Read on, please.
Verse 16. And the Most High commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest eat freely, but the tree of knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of. For in the day that thou eatest of it, thou shalt surely die.
In that day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. Now we talking about the Most High now. Scripture says that a day is like 1,000 years unto the Most High. Not one being lived to be 1,000 years old. Methuselah got close, 968, I believe it was. He got real close. He lived the longest, Methuselah. He almost got there to be that 1,000 years, but he didn't make it. Read on, please.
Verse 18. And the Most High said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a help fit for him.
Oh, let's back up. Now let's watch the science behind this. The Most High says it's not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helpmate for him. Now, the first thing we think about is the woman. The Most High didn't think about the woman. The Most High thought about animals to help him to get his work done, to keep him company and do things for him in the garden. What?
I thought the helpmate came after them.
It just said it's not. I should make him a helpmate, a helper.
Was it after the?
Yeah, it was before a woman came about.
No, I'm saying, was it after the animals and everything were made?
Yeah, the helpmate came after. I will make him a helper fit for him. Right. Read on. Now,
Verse 19. And out of the ground the Most High formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam, to see where he would call them.
he brought every fowl of the field, every beast of the air. He brought everything to the man to see what the man will call them. But in reality, what he was doing was he was placing man's dominion over all those things. This is why when a man takes a wife, she takes his last name. He named her with his last name, which shows his dominion or his possession over her. Same things with these animals. The animals should all bow down to man. He named everything. Read on, please.
Continuation of verse 19. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
And I also want you to notice that the animals came out of the earth and not out of the waters. Read on.
Verse 20. And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam, there was not found any help fit for him.
But for Adam, there was not found any help befitting for him. He had all the animals that was there. It was him, but it was none like him in the fields. It was only him that was like him. All these animals, he could talk to them, he can party with them, he could do whatever he wanted, but he couldn't be satisfied and pleased with them. Go ahead.
Verse 21.
Havilah is in Africa. The question comes up, where's Havilah? Havilah is in Africa. Read on, please.
And the Most High caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof.
Now, so the Most High, Ha Elohim, caused a deep sleep to fall upon man, Adam. And while he slept, he took one of his ribs and closed up the place with flesh. He closed up that place and closed it up with basar. Basar is flesh. This is the first example of surgery. This was a surgery. The Creator is the perfect surgeon. Read on, please.
Verse 22. And the rib which the Creator had taken from the man.
The word is that they have for rib is zilah. And zilah means substance and not rib. It means the substance that the Most High took from the man. He made it into a woman. It does not mean rib. But the translators, because they want you to have a certain perspective or thought about what it is, a certain perspective, they give you the word rib. So in your mind, whenever you get to this place, you're thinking about a rib that the Most High cut him up, took a piece of his rib out, but that's not what it is. He took a substance out of the man and created and formed a woman. Watch this. This is deep, man. You know, man has the seed of lives within him, right in his loins, in his inward parts, in his testicles. Who's to say that the Most High didn't take out of that testicle one of those eggs and cause it to germinate and create a woman? Who knows how the Most High went about what he did? I don't, neither do you. But all we know is that that woman came from that man, from the insides or a part of that man, a substance of that man. So now let's go back to the sun and the moon. The sun, because it was the original source, was the greater light. That moon, that its light is reflected from the sun, was called the lesser light. Where did the light from the moon come from? The sun. Where did the woman come from? Adam. This is why dominion on the earth was given to the man and not the woman. If you notice, the Creator gave Adam the commandment before the woman was even created, not to eat of a certain tree. Dominion was given to the man and not the woman. A lot of us don't understand that. And I'm not saying it as a male chauvinist or anything like that. I'm only speaking of fact. That woman was a lesser creation of that man. But what has happened in today's time, them women have become a greater creation than us. They're more righteous. They're more spiritual. They're more of a go-getter. They're more fulfilling. They get it done. And without them, we'd be in trouble. But when you get a real man who steps up to the plate, a woman compliments a real man and makes him better. When you get a male and a woman, the woman will supersede and overpower him and eventually get bored with him and won't want him. And she'll be on her mission to get a man. But she'll probably end up getting males because men don't like masculine females. It's a difference. Let's go, sis.
Reading verse 22. And the rib which the Creator had taken from the man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, This is now bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man.
So now who gave her her name?
Adam.
Why? To show his dominion over her. She should be called woman. Why? Because she was taken out of man. I don't understand if y'all know what's being said. This was actually showing his dominion over her, just like his dominion over the animals. He named those animals. She didn't. But yet she still has some control over them because she's from Adam. This is last is bone of my bone, eczema of my eczema, and flesh of my flesh, basar of my basar, and she shall be called Isha, or plural Nashim, because she was taken out of Ish. That's the first location for man. It doesn't say out of Adam, it says out of Ish. She was taken out of man. And watch this next part, 24.
Verse 24. Therefore shall man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife.
Now, what should happen? What's that process?
He should leave his father and mother, and cleave unto his wife.
Now, let's watch this. Who was that woman's first father?
Adam.
Her husband, her father, her birth father. But what happens is, when Adam brought forth Hava, let me point this point out here. It doesn't say, therefore, a man or Adam shall leave his father and his mother and cleave toward his Isha. It says, therefore, a Ish, a man. So therefore, it's setting a precedence for how men should conduct themselves in the future generations to come. Do you see that? It says, therefore, a Ish. It could have very well said, therefore, Adam left his mother and his father and cleaved to Hawa, Eve. It doesn't. It says, therefore, a man shall leave his Abba and his Ima. Abba first, because Abba is the head of the household. And then he shall leave his Ima. Well, see, a man didn't have a woman, a mother or a father at this time. Adam didn't have a mother or father, so it's not mentioning Adam. It's giving a precedence for how mankind should be. But this is the emphasis that I want to put on it. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife. That means that you're no longer under the protection of your father and your mother. It means that they no longer provide for you because you are now considered to be a man. And in order to be a man, you have to prove yourself worthy of being a man. Then you can have a Isha. Well, we got too many males today wanting to possess a Isha, but they're not men. They still with their mother and father. They still up under their authority and their rulership. They have not become men yet. They can't survive on their own yet, but they want to dominate the life of a woman. That is an abomination. That has never been that way. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother. Now, we still got boys, males, in the form of a man, and they mama boys. They rely more on their mom than they do anything else. They look for their mom for their support, for their backbone. If any trouble happens, they call on their mama. But yet you can't tell them you're a mama's boy because they won't believe you. They won't understand. Men are supposed to provide for their mothers, not take from their mothers. I could be broke. My last 2 nickels to rub together, that's it. That's all I got to my name. I will not ask my mother for a thing. I won't ask her for a dime. I won't ask her for a penny, because you're not supposed to take from your mother. You're supposed to give to your mother. She got a house, she got a car. A lot of that stuff comes from you or your daddy. And if your daddy deceased, it come from you or whatever money she has on a record to take care of herself. Your mother should never want for anything as long as you're breathing. Your mother. How you treat your mother is how you're going to treat your wife. Your wife should never want for anything as long as she's married to you. Never. You have to understand that. And if you don't understand that, you're not a man. And that's why you don't understand. I watched a documentary the other day. This guy was talking about 50-50 for his potential wife. We go on 50-50. Then, brother, if you go on 50-50, then you got to go 50-50 on authority and everything else. Oh, no, I ain't having that. I'm going to run my house. Well, you're starting off wrong. If you want to be the boss, you got to pay the cost to be the boss. A woman should never have to work if she's married to a man unless she wants to. Even if they broke, he will go out and get 2 jobs, 3 jobs, 4 jobs if he have to. He will get creative and find a way to make some money. Even if they broke, she shouldn't have to work. A woman's job, once she gets married, is to stay home and raise the family, provide. And if she works for the household, which means he has something for her to do to help her to get whatever it is that they need ahead. That's what it means. A woman should never have to work. That's the difference between a man and a boy. If she wants to work, then by all means, you let her go to work. No problem. You can go do that. No problem. But if she doesn't want to work, she shouldn't have to work. And everything that she needs and some of the things she wants should be given to her. Because you're a man. That's what you do. That's why you got to leave your father and your mother so that you earn the rank and the right to be the man of the household. A woman lives in her father's house. She marries a husband, just like my sister Higdalia brought out earlier. When she marries a husband, he becomes her father. Her husband becomes her father. But y'all got to pay attention. When he becomes her father, he has the same rights and authority that her birth father had over her. She has to obey his voice. She has to do what's pleasing to him. That's how she has to do. Because the Creator has designed it that way. And it had nothing to do with the curse. Although a lot of people want to say she had to obey him because of the curse. It has nothing to do with the curse. It has everything with how the Most High established the order and the discipline for mankind. First there's the Most High, then there's man, then there's women, then there's children, then there's animals. And the Hebrew man stands somewhere in between the Most High and man. So there's the Most High, there's a Hebrew man, and then there's mankind. So they are subservient to us, the Hebrew children of Israel. They are subservient to us, mankind. Everybody in creation is subservient to the Hebrew man. And the Jewish people took that and ran with it so bad. The Jewish man took that and ran with it. The Jewish man took that and made the Goyim the worst thing on the earth. And misuse, disrespect, mistreat. Well, we're servants of the Most High. We're his children. And we're not supposed to mistreat anything or anyone. I just told you, if your enemies ever in need of you, you're supposed to help them. Jewish man don't teach that. You're Goyim. You don't care. You're less than dirt to them. You're less than the animals to them because you're a Goy. That's what they believe. That's not how the Most High designed it to be. The Creator, the Hebrew man, mankind, then the women, and then the children, then the animals. That's the divine order that the Most High has placed in this earth. But we don't even recognize it because we are falling from the Creator to the Hebrew man. We're falling from the Creator to mankind because we lost our rightful position by not obeying the voice of the Most High. Now, there is a way that we can get back to our rightful position, but it means that we have to separate ourselves from mankind. And as long as we don't separate ourselves from mankind, then we're going to always be a little bit lower than the angels in the heavens. Still greater than man, but yet acting like man. And we're going to die like a man. But yet We are greater than man. All this stuff will be revealed through the scriptures as you read. And if there's any questions, please type the questions in the room and we'll address every one of them. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife, not his girlfriend, not the woman he courting, but his wife, his Isha. There's a difference. Anything that a man partakes of, he must claim. Anything. And if you courting her, she ain't yours yet, fully. She can't lie with anybody else, but if she does, in a lot of the courtships, the Most High made provisions, she just go because she's been defiled. But there are courtships where a man and a woman get together, right, before they become married, and if a man lies with her, he in trouble because he took a man's wife. And that's how the Most High deal with it. Okay, what did my brother say right here? Let me see what he said. I'm not sure we must do anything but honor our mother and father. Absolutely. That's exactly what we must do. All right? So sis, I don't think there's a need for us to go any further in what we're talking about right here. But I asked the question earlier, and that question that I asked was for everybody to tell me what their purpose was in this life. And I haven't gotten any answers yet for anybody explaining to me what their purpose was in this life. So I asked the question again. Before we continue on, what is your purpose in this life? Why are you here? Why does the Creator have you breathing? Somebody tell me, please. I need to know what you think your purpose is in this life. Anybody, share with me. What's your purpose in this life? All right, brother, women should not have to seek employment outside of the work assignment to her by her husband. Absolutely. Totally in agreement. Absolutely. So somebody tell me, what is your purpose in life? If there's any questions about the subject matter that you heard, please ask your questions and let us address them. Sister Ornette, did you have any questions?
Not yet, but soon.
Okay. All right, let me see if I can go up the list. All right, what my brother say, when those 4 rivers was flowing out, the earth existed as a single landmass divided by those rivers, right? Yes. After the deluge, will those rivers still be as they were? No, it's impossible for them to still be as they were. But there's a thing called continental drift that takes place over time. And that continental drift causes land masses to separate. All right? All right, my sister Aisha asks a question. She says, is it Adam or Atam? Adam or Adon, but it's Adam. Because in Hebrew it's an aleph, a dalit, and a meme. Adam. Okay? All right, Brother Asa, you say Elohim is light. So light is first, just one perspective. Okay, all right. He says, which word is used to represent creating from nothing? Both words are used interchangeably. Yotzer and bara are both used interchangeably. What's the difference between create and form? Form means that you're bringing together something from something else. Create means you're bringing together something from nowhere or nothing. Like when the Creator blew the breath of lives inside of Adam, they didn't exist anywhere but inside the Most High. They didn't exist in the earth. The bywords that we have been cursed with work as a sign to lead us back to the Most High. Those who have been enslaved in the Caribbean have a false sense of identity and pride. Okay, may the Most High be praised. And my brother Daniel says, a man was never created. He and she was always present. All right. He says it's very simple to serve the Creator. Little by little. He says something else very interesting. The original man didn't have a nationality. It's nothing this system can give me. Okay, very well. And this was a very powerful statement that he made. Money is not wealth. Money is not just wealth. I would agree with. Wealth goes way further than just money. Wealth has a whole lot of things to deal with as far as family, people who care for you, people who are there for you, land, possessions of things that you can own, growing your own food, making your own wealth. All those things are wealth. All right. Brother Benjamin says, I've been saying this for years. Man and mankind are not the same species. Absolutely. I'm relieved to see someone else with this knowledge. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Sister Laurel said they pray in his name. That's right. They pray in the name of JC. The New Testament looks like a whole test. Maybe that's why they call it a testament. The New Testament looks like a whole test, where the clues are in there. He tells them plainly that doing this in his name is wicked. Wow. Wow. All right. Sister Igdalia says, I missed something when I said that I didn't see anything where JC said that he was the creator. Sister Igdalia said, except for when he declared, I am. Now, what she said was very important because I've heard a lot of biblical New Testament Christian believers and scholars say the same thing, that I am, I believe is Keri. I think in Greek, Keri, it says I am. They say that is the same as it's the translation of I am, as in the Most High. That's what they teach. So they're trying to say that he is saying that he is the creator in that instance, but I've never done any research or study on that, so I can't say that it's a fact. Christians say it is. All right. Now, I happen to like this here one, where he says this. He says, she taught Solomon something. I don't know who the she was that he's talking about. He might be talking about Europa. I'm not sure who he's talking about. But he says, for your information, for you who say women can't teach, she taught Solomon something for your information.
for you who says women can't teach. Well, we don't say women can't teach here because we know that women can teach. But there's a lot of people who believe that women can't teach. All right, I think that may be it.
Shabbat shalom, Ms. Prakat.
Shabbat shalom, sis.
So I'm going to comment regarding the purpose topic or purpose question that was asked.
Is that a question?
No, I'm saying that I'm going to speak to that.
Okay, very well.
So, for me, my purpose is not something that's far off or complicated. The Creator created me with intention, and my purpose is to build, teach, and restore. Starting first within my household and extending beyond it. I am here to guide the next generation, to speak truth, and to live in a way that is set apart. Even in difficult seasons, I know I'm not being held back, but prepared. What I go through is shaping me so I can walk in strength and help others do the same. I know my life has meaning, and my purpose is already in motion every time I choose to teach, lead, and stand in truth.
Would you say teach, lead, and what else?
And stand in truth.
Stand in truth. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah says, thank you for that. Thank you for that. So let me address some of the other ones from the audience. My wife says, I believe my purpose is to be a servant to his children, being a helpmate to Maish in all his endeavors, and build up our family in righteousness. May the Most High be praised. Sister Laurel says, my purpose is to honor the Most High. Absolutely, sis. And all of our purpose is to honor the Creator in every aspect of our lives. And we have to remember that. My station in life is to work with and for my family. My husband has passed. I serve my immediate family. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Definitely, I serve the Most High. Brother Minyamin says, my primary purpose is to obey the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Most High, and keep his laws for living. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. We have a series of purposes as we travel through life. Applying Torah to each purpose properly is key. Mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and friends, a purpose in each one. May the Most High be praised. All of our purposes should end up to that, honoring the Most High. And if we can cause that to be, then we're living in our purpose. Every aspect of our lives should be about honoring the Creator in everything that we do. You don't lie because you honor the Most High by not lying. You don't steal because you honor the Most High by not stealing and dealing deceitfully and wickedly and mischievously. There are so many of us who don't care about dishonoring the Most High, and we do not walk in our integrity. We do whatever is pleasing to us, and that's wickedness. Are there any other questions or comments? Now, you can ask questions about anything that you like. It don't matter what it is. Our purpose is to make family. There you go, Brother Asa. Make that family, bro. Are there any other questions that you may have from the week, the months, the years, Only questions through your life. Whatever may have come up in your spirit that you always wanted to know the answer to, just hadn't had the opportunity to ask, or just haven't received that answer from anyone. We had a heavy class today, and I left so much out intentionally thinking that you all would ask the questions, but the questions are not coming forward, so maybe it's another time. Aim Katir says, I believe that many of our men today have difficulty leaving their parents to take responsibility for their own families because they don't have anything to work with, like an inheritance, like our forefathers. Okay. I like that, Aim Katir. Our purpose is to prepare a plan for the Creator to dwell. May the Most High be praised. Very well. All right, we're getting a lot of good answers. I like these answers we're getting. It's so well-rounded, and it fulfills and completes a lot of questions that may be in the minds of our people. Toda for an amazing eye opening and I guess she's still typing. Torah for an amazing eye opening and I believe that's supposed to say Toda for an amazing eye-opening and I don't know what that is. Sister Medina, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Rabbinit Zipporah, Shabbat Shalom. And moving message. May the Most High be praised. The question on the floor is, what is your purpose in this dispensation of time, in this creation? What is your purpose? Adding to that, as a sister, my purpose is to be a righteous example to my sisters and lead when necessary, and to be a space for peace and advice. May the Most High be praised. Maisha says, my purpose is to serve the Most High's young children and adults and help my husband build our family in any way I can. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. So, Sister Medina and Sister Rabbinit, the question on the floor is, Shabbat Shalom to you. And the questions on the floor is, what is your purpose in life? In this dispensation of time, what is your purpose? My purpose, as all of ours, is very layered, but I'm thankful to be discovering it alongside my family. May the Most High be praised. As a daughter to my parents, to continually honor them in my lifetime, to continue on the legacy they began to build and left on record. May the Most High be praised. You know, don't be surprised. There are so many people who go through life and have no purpose. Don't know what they're supposed to be here doing. Like a lot of people right now are saying these things, but how many of them are really doing what they say their purpose is? How many are really living up to their purpose in this life? You know, fulfillment comes in the strangest of ways. And one of the ways to actually be fulfilled is to be living in your calling, to be doing what the Father has for you to do. That brings you fulfillment, much joy. You could have went to school to be a doctor, and because that's what your father or your parents had designed for you. But to open a flea market might have been your desire. Then your fulfillment will only come when you open that flea market. As a princess, to be a light, to be open and available when needed, to understand sacrifice and so many people are living somebody else's life. I had a whole conversation with my daughter just yesterday for an hour long. And my talkings to her was about how a lot of people let life happen to them rather than them commanding their life and causing their lives to go the way that they want life to go. The majority of us living a life that just fell. We didn't design it. We didn't work toward it. It just fell in our laps. And then we wonder why we're so unhappy and so miserable in the lives that we live. And for a large part, it has a lot to do with the food you eat. But for a large part, it's because we didn't prepare our lives and then work hard to complete the goals and desires that we have for our lives. For a large part, our lives just manifest themselves over a period of time. So many people live like that daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. Whatever happens, we just adjust to it. We just move to whatever takes place. And that's how we respond to life, as opposed to creating the life that we want. Sit down and write it out, and then do everything in your power to work toward it. If you really want to be a rocket scientist, then write down everything you think that's needed and necessary to become that rocket scientist, and work toward being that rocket scientist. Whatever you want to see your life become in the future, write it down. And then write down all the steps that's needed to become whatever it is that you want to become. Most of us should have wrote, I want to be a bum, because a lot of us are bums. Most of us should have wrote, I want to be a player, because a lot of us are players. A lot of us are manipulators. Very few of us are serious about the things of pleasing the Creator. Very few. But those of us who are serious about pleasing the things that please the Creator, then that's what we should do. Write out a map, a format of what pleases the Most High, and think about how you can live your life to fulfill those things. For those of you who are really serious with the Creator, because you have the ability, the power, and the willpower to do those things. So just think about it and consider, family. How can you change the life you live? What can you do differently than what you do today? If you want anything in your life to be great tomorrow, you have to start thinking and living greatness today to have a better tomorrow. Today's lesson was an unbelievable lesson. I held back so much knowledge that I really had inside of me to talk about. And there's so many things I left out of it, hoping that it will provoke you to questions. But I didn't get the questions. Not that I was waiting for. Serve, Sister Medina Muhammad says, serve and love the Most High to help and love ourselves, help and love others. When you help others, you serve the Most High. Absolutely. With deep compassion. It can be very drainful at times. She's absolutely right. May the Most High be praised. Brother Asa says, our greatest purpose is to serve the Creator through multiple purposes. May the Most High be praised. Anyone else? All right. Who's going to close us out in prayer today? Remember, family, Pesach, Passover, is the 13th at sunset. When the sun go down on the 13th, I believe that's a Friday. So Friday night, all day Saturday, April 4th, is Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread. All right? Passover is that night, Friday night. Feast of Unleavened Bread is the next day for the next 6 days. Who's going to close us out in prayer today? Is that being left up to me today? We had a wonderful class today, family. Thank you. Inspiring questions, powerful statements, especially the part where you speak about what your purpose in life is. Many of us live with indecision because we don't know whether we're coming or going. Oh, Aim, you're so correct. Decisions have been made for us all of our lives. We never learn to think critically or look within. Boy, I wish I could name a lesson. Matter of fact, I probably need to do a lesson on that. Aim Katir, let's see if you can text that to me. Let's see if I can, I can't copy it. Yeah, see if you can text that to me, Aim. I like that. And it's so true. So true. I like to try to do a class on that. Format that into a class, along with the class about water. Because we sleep on the power of water, and we sleep on the purpose of water. All right? So is there anyone else who wants to close us out in prayer today? Okay. I'll do it, since there's no one else. Maybe has love to do with indecision. Be for us all our lives. We never learn to think critically or look within. That's a beautiful statement. And it's so true. The third, what is the third, Ema? Yeah, it's the third at sunset, all day the fourth, Passover. All right, so we're going to close it out. Prince is going to make the prayer for us because none of the prayer warriors are present or don't want to do it. All right.
I'm gonna get that shofar blast and see if we can make that shofar last.
This ain't working right now, family.
Abi, our power, our King, our Master, creator of all things, giver of life, only possessor of all souls. We humble ourselves before you, and we pray for permission to approach unto your throne. For the Most High is good, and his mercy endureth forever. Thank you, Father, for allowing us to gather again on another Shabbat day. Thank you for the kindness that you have extended unto us, the mercy that you have given unto us, the protection that you have clothed us with. We're so grateful, Father, for you are so good unto us, better than we are to ourselves. We ask that you would empower us with the proper spirit to move forward with every day with the desire to please you in all of our efforts and all of our thoughts. Help our purpose to be fulfilled, to fulfill the mission that you have placed in our lives in this earth, in this dispensation of time. Help us who are confused and dumbfounded on our purpose to find that purpose. Be merciful unto us, Father, and open up our minds that we might be able to see that purpose and begin to live it and fulfill it while you still have the breath of life within us. Great King, we ask that you would look over the essence of our father-in-law, for he has transitioned into another form of existence. We ask that you would be with him wherever he is. Allow him to conform to greatness and righteousness in your sight according to your will and how you would have for it to be. Allow his memory to be blessed and allow his essence to be protected and guided by you. Allow the children that he has left in this earth, the family that he has left in this earth, to be comforted in his departing. And allow them to find the vigor and the peace to move forward in this lifetime. Be with us, O great King, O mighty one, for you have established us and made us mighty in this earth. But a lot of us have lost our way. We ask, O Father, that you will look upon us and meet us where we are. If we're confused, give us understanding. Clear the road for us and make the path clean and transparent so that we can see it. If we're hurt, then allow us to look through a different lens and see that hurt is a form of education to make us better. If we're disappointed, Father, allow us to recognize that everybody that is not perfect and they can't always be pleasing to us in our sight. Help us, Father, to find peace and harmony in how we deal and associate with mankind. Help us to recognize the difference between those who are and those who are not. Those who will and those who will not. And allow us to create that separation when we find out the distinctions between those two. Let us not kick against the pricks for no avail. Those who are not worthy, Father, allow us to separate from and keep them at a distance and combine ourselves with those who are willing and able and worthy, who desire to be righteous. Plant your seed within us to cause it to grow and sprout, and then allow the buds of that tree to plant seeds within others to bring about that same createness. For you are worthy of all praise, all glory, all honor. We thank you for the very existence of life that you have blessed us with in this day. For you have filled us so mightily in this earth with your power, might, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You have empowered us with the weapons of life, the teachings of life, the gifts of life. Now allow us to go out and share it with those who are in need, that they too may become weapons of life, gifts of life, purposes of life, and share it to others, so that we may change the whole trajectory of our people in this lifetime that we're in, from negative to positive, from darkness to light, from stagnation to movement, from frailty to strength, from weakness in walking in your truth to obedience in righteousness and manifesting your truth with our very essence. Unto thee, O great King, we pray now and forevermore. Thank you, Abba, for hearing our prayers, for blessing us and for strengthening us. Unto thee belongs the kingdom, the power, and the glory, from everlasting to everlasting, for you are great. Unto thee our power, unto thee our King, unto thee our Master, we all say, Toda Abi, Abi, Toda Rabba. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabah. I got to practice more, y'all. I don't know what my problem is. I got to practice because I know I could do better than that. Toda Rabah. Hear our cries, Most High. Lift us up to dust and attend unto the prayers of the hearts. Hallel, Most High. Toda Rabah. Toda Rabah. All right. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised. Awesome lesson, Toda Rabbah. Beautiful prayer. Thank you, sis. Toda Rabbah. And how's the family, sis? Praying that everybody's safe and being protected by the Most High. Getting better. If my tooth wasn't hurting so bad, I could probably do a whole lot better, but I ain't gonna make no excuses. I flop at that. I gotta get better at it. I gotta focus and get better at it because I know I can do better. Beautiful prayer, Toda Rabbah, phenomenal class. May the Most High be praised. Yep. I can do better. Toda for the insightful lesson today, Prince. No problem, my brother. May the Most High be with you. All praise to the Most High. Absolutely, family. May the Most High be praised. All right, Shabbat Shalom Lakim. Keep in mind when the holy days are coming about, so we can all do what we need to do to praise this glorious King. Brother Asa, you coming to America to keep Pesach with us this year? You coming to America this year, Brother Asa, to keep Pesach? Make sure you leave your reservation if you're coming, bro. Let us know you'll be here so we can reserve that space for you. May the Most High be praised. Look like we got a nice little outcome this year. Look like it's going to be quite a few people here this year serving the Most High and doing this thing. Oh, yeah, you just had a new baby. You're going to be home with that baby. I forgot. I don't know what your problem is. I don't know, sis. I just think I need to practice a little more. Yeah, I forgot you just had a new baby. How's the wife, bro? How's the wife? Pray everybody's well. Thank you, Aim. Toda Rabbah. All right. Up there. Are there any other questions before we close out, family? Because you know we here for the people. We ain't rushing nowhere. The sun ain't going down for several hours. If there's any questions, please present your questions and we'll address them to the best of our ability. Are there any questions, any comments, anything you heard throughout the week that you want to have addressed? We can address that. We have the time. What would you like to discuss? What would you like to talk about? How would you like to approach these things? If not, we're going to close it out. All right, we got 2,200 people in the room. Nobody got a question? Nobody got a comment? Everybody's satisfied. All right. Well, may the Most High be praised. Oh, yeah. If there's anybody here in the audience that's listening, that's been silent or that is being silent, it's okay to speak up. It's okay to let yourself be known that you are here listening into the class. Nobody's going to judge you or put you in a place to make you nervous or scared or afraid. It's all right. It's all right. We're not going to do that. Why did the priest eat the fat? It's only for the Creator. Well, the priest was the representative of the Most High. The priest was a representative of the Most High. They did a lot of things that the people couldn't do. The Creator couldn't eat it. And the fat is not what you think fat is. Fat is not the the slime stuff. The fat means the best part of the stuff. That's what the fat means, the best part of it. Okay? You know, there's fat on food that's no good for anything. You can't use that. But when we say the fatness, we mean like the fatness of the land, the best prime area of the land. That's what it means by the fat of the meat, the best parts of the meat. And when we ate meat. But you who are here in the audience and just listening, you don't have to be afraid because this is no judgmental zone. We're not judging you. Fat is from the kidney to the tail. Okay, bro. All right. There you go. So we don't want you to be afraid or ashamed. It's okay. If you don't know something, you don't have to know, but you can ask your questions. And if you don't want to ask it publicly, then if there's somebody you know in this audience or on the screen, then you can reach out to that individual to ask your questions. I thought fat was a white part of the bone. No. A lot of people think that. That's called gristle. No. But the fat is the best part of the meat. The best part of the meat. The best part of everything is supposed to be reserved for the Most High. There's no different when you eat meat. All right? And my brother Kezu, if you're still here, I want to thank you for taking a leadership position at the school this week, as you have done for the last 2 weeks during the time of our emergency. Thank you, bro. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High bless you. Toda Rabbah. All right, family, we're going to close it out if there are no other questions, no other comments. I'm just being patient, trying to wait for you to do what you do so we can address your questions or concerns. Is there anyone else? Sis says some people are questioning and disagreeing on what the real day of true new month. What's the real day of the true new month? Yeah, a lot of people are questioning that. We covered that today in this lesson. We covered that when we got to Genesis, the first chapter, verse 14. We covered that, a portion of that, when we got to Genesis 1 and 2, or 3 and 4. We covered that also there, when the day begins and when the month begins. So in order for us to have a new month, we have to go by the sightings that the Creator gave us, that the sun, the moon, and the stars will be signs for days, seasons, and years. All right? So a sign for the day, for the month, will be the beginning of a new moon, which will be the first slither or first crescent. That's the beginning of a new moon, which is the beginning of a new month. That's how we determine when a new month should be. So I pray that that's helpful to anyone in the audience who may still have that question. But there's a lot of people questioning when a day begins. And it's sad that we're at that place. It's sad that we're at that place. But all that comes about when you remain separated and your leadership don't get together and have think tanks and come out with a conclusion that we can teach to the people and we all abide by. You know, and it's very important that we begin to do that. May the Most High be praised. All right, family, there's no other questions, no other comments. We're going to close it out. Shabbat Shalom Lekim. May the Most High be with you all. Toda Rabbah.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. You know you got a lot to do, you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah Land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.goshenhebrewacademytemplekefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
But it's kind of tough. It all could change up in a minute. As fast as change clothes after cleaning.